least now there's nothing stopping you. Like your case is keeping the PC cool along with just your CPU cooler.
Oh yeah, and by the way, oh yeah, we're live now. Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm your host, Freedom. Welcome to GSE. I'm here with WackyModder.
What's good?
What's good? We have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, considering that the last podcast attempt ended in massive technical difficulties.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, very massive difficulties. Actually, this has been in the works in a couple weeks. Gundam Seed Freedom. Trying to get a review and get a discussion. So we actually have a lot to discuss about, and I understand like a lot of people want to put their 2 cents in and put their input in as well, but there will be time for that, I promise you guys. But for right now, just let me and Wacky sort of discuss from the beginning to the end at least, and then we're going to give our honest reviews on this, and also like our rating as well. Obviously, you guys probably know, some of you anyways know what Wacky's rating is, but I've been withholding mine.
I've definitely made that public by now. Like my rating of Gundam Seed Freedom, overall, it was better than Destiny, but that's not saying much. Final rating, 4 out of 10 for me.
Oh, there you go. I'm gonna hold my rating until then. So let's go ahead and we're gonna mind you guys, if you haven't seen Gundam Seed Freedom, we're gonna be talking about some spoilers. So if you guys,
there's gonna be a lot of spoilers.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of spoilers. I'm actually wanted to discuss about the beginning of it and the end of it. So the turn of events.
If you haven't watched the movie and you really care about spoilers, you might want to tune out this time because we're not pulling no punches.
No, we're not.
There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about, and I'm actually going to bring up some articles talking about the interviews with Fukuda and his mechanical designer. His name is leaving my brain right now.
What, you mean the mechanical designer of like Seed?
Yes.
I think that there is that would be Morita and Yamane.
Morita, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple of them actually. There's Shigeru Morita, there's Kunio Okawara, obviously, and Kimitoshi Yamane.
Yamane, yeah. Yamane is definitely part of the interview that I have pulled up to the side. But
there's one part in particular when we get to Yamane that I think everybody's gonna laugh at when we get to the frickin' battering ram on the Millennium. But that's gonna be something to laugh at when the time comes. But we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So right now we're jumping ahead. So all right, so let's go ahead and talk about the beginning. So Wacky, what happens in the beginning of Gundam Seed Freedom?
So wait, repeat that one more time because I was looking at the chat because some people say that I sound quiet, which is weird because my mic is like not really changing or anything. I'm very close to it.
Oh, I don't know. You sound normal on my end. It's the most quiet.
Like the volume for me is like low on your OBS or something.
Let me go ahead and check that real quick. You sound normal on my end, but let me see.
Yeah, make sure you check my volume, like the volume I'm coming through at on your OBS.
Okay.
Yeah, even.
Oh yeah, you sound louder. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, is that better? Yeah, let us know in the chat if that's better.
Yeah. It could be that, or you're like really tame right now. That's what they probably mean because I know you have a lot to say. I think that's what they probably mean.
Yeah, chat. To clarify, is it my volume or is it just my tone of voice?
Yeah, because right now he's busting my eardrums right now. Oh man. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and just talk about like what happened. What's going on in the beginning of Gundam Seed Freedom? Do you think you could get us through that, Wacky?
So so from the beginning of the movie, we see the opening scene where and Sophia said it's the volume, which is really strange. But yeah, from the beginning, even Lo-Fi said it's the volume too, which is weird. Okay. I can hear myself just fine on my end. Like I'm listening to myself on your stream right now, and yeah, it seems like I can hear myself just fine, but admittedly you're louder than me.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
well,
really weird.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
I have a like a studio mic set up, so it's like right up in my face. That could be
yeah,
why.
make
Yeah.
sure like my like make sure like the volume on OBS for me, like the output for
It's up there. It's actually higher than mine.
it's higher than yours, really?
Yeah, it's higher than mine. It's when I mean it's about to blow my eardrums. It's about to blow my eardrums.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, um, which I want to be fair to everybody. I kind of want you guys to hear Wacky. I know.
No. I mean, like, because I can hear myself. It's just, like, it's weird that everybody claims I'm quiet. I'm watching the, like, volume thing go up and down when we talk.
Mm-hmm. Oh, on the bar. Yeah.
Yeah, like, with me, it's the volume thing is only going up and down, like, for you, so it seems, not me.
Oh yeah. Well, the bar is like connecting more on my end.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like picking us both up or just you.
No, for right now, it was picking me up. I haven't had too much time to set it up to where it pick both of us up, but this is the best I could do. But all right, anyway, so let's go ahead and
Yeah. So if anybody is claiming that I'm quiet, just do me a favor and just kind of raise your volume if that matters, and try to deal with it. If we end up figuring out what the problem is, we'll fix it. But otherwise, yeah.
yeah, we're gonna have to
Let's see
continue.
what we can do from there.
Yeah, but all right, Wacky.
So yeah, starting off with the opening scene of Seed Freedom, we see Orphe in a test tube, like trying to just reach out and like for the light and all that. And we hear Durandal talking about why he was created and all that. But then it cuts to the opening scene where the first 7 minutes of the movie is already on YouTube if you haven't seen it yet. And basically, apparently, and I have no idea how this is a thing still, they are fighting Blue Cosmos. Compass, the totally not Londo Bell ripped off in Seed Freedom, is fighting Blue Cosmos. Which my immediate question is, how in the hell do these guys even still have funding? Who the hell is giving them guns, money, and weapons and mobile suits? And more than that, like, who's giving them destroy Gundams even? Like, how are they getting a hold of this crap?
So
that's my number one question here.
Whenever we did the watch party, I know I sort of had to jump in on this one. When it comes to like coup d'etats, for example, which I'm not saying this is a coup d'etat.
Right.
I'm saying like, you know, in real life, whenever a coup d'etat does occur, usually let's say is a general that comes up and say, you know what, it orders the troops, say, hey, you know, there's no new information. I just need troops here now, basically.
Right.
So a bunch of these guys probably came up and showed up and said, hey, you know, I'm here. What are we doing? So a lot of guys just probably don't know what they're doing. I'm not trying to defend the movie. I'm not trying to make explanations.
Right.
But I'm just involving like some real life things into it.
Yeah, no, that's just your inner military kicking in right there.
Yeah, and a lot of that really kicked in through this. I got to put it that way. So, but you're right. Like, who's getting the funding? How do they got all these mobile suits? And I also got to point out, I see a lot of 105 daggers, which the 105 daggers were supposed to be a lot more rare. So I'm surprised I'm seeing a lot more 105 daggers than dagger L's, or even strike daggers, for example.
Because like Kaiser Storm said that how did they afford that crap like 2 years after Destiny when Logos is dead?
Mm-hmm.
Blue Cosmos, I thought was pretty much dead after OG Seed. But Logos got freaking clapped in Destiny. So who the hell is giving them all of these weapons? How are they even acquiring them?
And men as well.
Yeah, that too. Well,
yeah.
manpower, you could chalk up to just like people joining Blue Cosmos willingly, but making a militia doesn't mean a damn thing if you can't figure out how to get your weapons and everything. And these guys are somehow getting destroy Gundams. For God knows how. Like, that is insane to me, considering that like Blue Cosmos was essentially like wiped out. They were their forces were essentially irrelevant in Destiny and came back in the form of Logos technically, but they got clapped too. So what the hell happened over that 2-year gap between Destiny and Freedom?
Right, and so the next scene shows up. We seen the this is actually part of the interview notes. We'll bring this up later. But you see a new ship. It's called the Millennium, which is Compass's flagship. Then you see the new mobile suits, the Rising Freedom and the Immortal Justice. Which now, what exactly is Compass? Compass is sort of like a...
Compass is essentially, like I said, a blatant ripoff of Londo Bell. And it's like an autonomous peacekeeping force.
Right.
And it's totally not Londo Bell. But Londo Bell is essentially... in the context of UC, Londo Bell is basically the Titans done right.
Right.
And without the corruption involved in anything like that, turn the Titans into a-holes.
Right.
But, like,
well,
in the case of Compass, they're an autonomous peacekeeping force that's got the support of Earth Alliance and Zaft and Orb. They're basically kind of funded from all sides to try and keep the peace amongst, like, all the nations. And in this opening scene, we see Compass's, like, debut, like, them in action. And as you said, their flagship is Millennium, which is, or as I like to call it, the totally not Rakai Loom of Seed.
Right.
Because that's what the ship kind of looks like. It looks like a hybrid of the Minerva and the Rakai Loom.
Right.
With the way that it's shaped and all that. But originally, it was supposed to be called the Super Minerva, but sometime during the early stages of Seed Freedom's development, they changed the name to just the Millennium, which I guess works, I suppose. But in regards to the Millennium itself, I like the Millennium mostly, but there are a few things about it that absolutely piss me off that we will get to, trust me.
Yep, and we see the mobile suits taking off. Now, the Immortal Justice and the Rising Freedom, they're actually mixed technology between Orb's transformation, Morisame's, and mixed with Zap's technology as well. So you can see that these groups of people banded together, not just their funding, but also their technology as well. So
right.
we see them taking off, heading down to the battlefield below the Earth. We also see the Gogun Menace and the Gian
Strom.
Yep. Well, we're going to be talking about that one too.
A lot to say about that because of the fact of who's piloting it and the history behind it.
Yes, which I have some gripe with that one. So anyway, so they are in Earth. They flowed down from Earth, going through the atmosphere, and now they're in the battlefield of Athena. What's the city? I should have wrote down the city name.
Wait, say that again. I didn't quite hear that.
I forgot the city's name. I forgot to write that down. But anyways,
I actually forgot the city's name too.
Okay.
Check that really quick.
Okay, I don't feel as bad. You watched it more than I did.
I watched Seed Freedom 5 times.
There you go. Oh, so your rating should have been higher, man.
Well, I mean, again, all I'm doing is just my homework.
I got you.
More.
Yeah, it's. Guys, think about it.
Yeah.
His rating, right, is lower than the number of times he watched it.
Right?
It's about, but
yeah, and you know me. I am someone who has watched See Destiny over 50 times now. You know me by now. That number is gonna go up.
Yeah.
By the end of this year, it's gonna be over 10. I guarantee it.
I believe it.
Because like, I keep saying this with so many frickin' of Fukuda's animes. Every time you watch them, you keep finding more and more things wrong with them. And that still holds true to Seed and Destiny even now. But with Seed Freedom, it's happening again. Like I did, the same thing can also be applied to what I now realize as the prototype for Seed Freedom, Cross Angie. Which I still say is the worst mecha anime I have ever seen in my life. And I now realize that was the prototype for what was to come with Seed Freedom. And the more I watch that, the more I find wrong with that as well. But I digress.
Yep. So they got out to the battlefield and they're fighting off Michael's forces and reinforcing the garrison that was stationed in that area. They were getting pushed back, but now since Kira's in the battlefield and his team that Kira is leading, which involves Shin piloting the Justice.
The Immortal Justice. By the way, the city name is Aldrin City in Africa.
Okay, thank you. So now, but as you see them fighting, you kind of see Kira kind of like, no, I got this. Everybody stand back. Kind of just run support. Whatever, I got this, let me handle this. So you could kind of see him struggling with something like, he feels like the responsibility should be on him, which again, we're going to bring that up a little later why. So they fight off Michael's forces. They're suffering many losses, so they started to retreat.
Yeah, you will notice in that opening scene that Kira, as you just said, takes almost all of the glory, considering that the Immortal Justice in comparison to the Rising Freedom gets like a 1/7 of the amount of screen time that the Rising Freedom gets. All the scenes involving the Immortal Justice were honestly very mid. They were the Immortal Justice combat debut was unbelievably underwhelming compared to the Rising Freedom, which got so much screen time in the first half of the movie. The Immortal Justice just gets bits and pieces here and there, and it didn't really frickin' get any time to shine. Plus, it honestly kind of made Shin look incompetent when piloting it, but he later on in the movie addresses this, but it's not a particularly good excuse.
I feel like they nerfed him. Yeah, I feel like
they didn't. Yeah. They nerfed him into the sense that this is the aftermath of his character getting derailed in Destiny.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Because I can even quote Mitsuo Fukuda himself on that, but we will get to that because I am going to shut up Shin Bros once and for all when they try to claim, oh, Shin was redeemed in this movie. Every time I hear that, I'm like, bro, did we watch the same movie? Because that's not what I saw. I didn't see no redemption. I just saw going with the flow. But yeah, like I said, we will get to that.
For sure.
Trust me.
Yeah, for sure. So Michael's forces started to retreat. The battle was over, so they assume. But the garrison is now taking charge. Now they're charging forward to take out Michael's forces. And obviously, Kira gets in his little moment and says, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and blast everybody on both sides. But not necessarily saying that, just he wants the fighting to end. Now, in my opinion, I kind of see it as him facing some type of trauma. But
yeah, and also another thing when Shin asked them, Shin asked the same exact question that I did. How the hell are these guys even still fighting for this long? Who is funding them? And Kira kind of blindsides him and just just hand waves it off and just kind of says, the problem is deep-rooted. And that's like, okay, so we're not addressing that. All right, fair enough.
Right. So they fight off a destroy Gundam. They fought off their own forces to stop the fighting because they were chasing basically a retreating army. And then what happens next, Wacky?
Now I think after that was when we got a good shot of the Proud Defender for the first time in the hangar. Which
right.
Apparently, for those not in the know, the Proud Defender, which by the way I frickin' hate that name, is supposed to be for the Rising Freedom initially, but they were having a lot of difficulties getting it to work for the obvious reason of, holy crap, this thing is OP. And it needs a nuclear reactor, and the Rising Freedom is a frickin' Wish.com Freedom Gundam, and it is not nuclear powered. So, of course, you're gonna have some technical difficulties with that. And as such, that's why we never saw it get used with the Rising Freedom, but that was the whole scene behind that, was that it was to establish that they were having difficulty getting it working with the Rising Freedom.
Yeah.
So what happened after that?
So what happened after that is that now the plants were having a meeting. They sat down and they were talking about we need to deal with this situation. talked about what Michael's force is, and you have this one guy there for some odd reason really doesn't like Lacus, Compass, Kira.
And to clarify, Rising Kaiser Storm, yes, you didn't know that the Rising Freedom and the Immortal Justice are both not nuclear powered. The reason for this is because apparently after the events of Destiny, Engemmer Cancellors were banned across the board for using with Earth Alliance or Zaft. Like, they were just completely banned all across the board. So as such, they had to essentially downgrade the Rising Freedom and Immortal Justice to comply with this treaty. And as such, that we got these frickin' Walmart/Wish.com frickin' Freedom and Justice Gundams that were nowhere even close to being as powerful as like the Strike Freedom and the Infinite Justice used to be.
I don't know about that because of the Rising Freedom, even though it's powered by a battery, it was still capable of pulling off like those beam spams just like the Freedom did.
Oh well, yeah, absolutely. but half of that is probably because of Kira. But like like for a non-nuclear powered mobile suit, they are impressive. I mean, particularly the Rising Freedom, I would say in that regard. But like, compared to their nuclear powered counterparts, they're not even close.
I bet they're powered by lithium.
If only.
Yeah, if only.
That would make too much sense.
Yeah, but after the meeting, you kind of see like where one of the guys from the Foundation, which is they're going to talk about more later on, kind of foreshadows what to come later in the series. He meets the guy who pretty much he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't like Kira or Lacus and Compass, thinks they're useless, whatever. So he meets up with one of the guys from Foundation, like I said, comes up with the story later. Lacus talks to the plant chancellor, talking about how Kira's weird, weird guy, but really nice fella. Yeah. I'm like really like dumbing it down right here, so that way we could get through, the background scenes, and then later on.
Fair, you said you yourself told me in the background this is probably going to be a long one. So
yeah, this will be a long one. I'm trying to get to the main points.
As long as like dad life doesn't get in the way, then yeah.
Oh, we're good.
We're gonna probably be here for a bit.
Yeah. So whenever so now it comes up to the next scene. They're talking about they located Michael, but it's in a certain territory that they don't have access with, and this is where Foundation comes into the picture. So. The meeting with Kagale.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the first time on like screen cam and all that. But yeah, we get introduced to the new kids on the block, the Kingdom of Foundation. Which, and before I elaborate on that, Guilty Cross Axel, no, they're not nuclear powered. Zaku's are, or at least not Zaku warriors. Zaku 2s in the Universal Century, all mobile suits are nuclear powered with ultra compact Minovsky fusion reactors. But in Zaku Warriors, no. They are not nuclear powered. The ones from Seed, they're not. But yeah, like, we get introduced to the Kingdom of Foundation, which are a separatist nation that seceded from the Eurasian Federation. And they're not officially recognized as a nation, but they are de facto recognized as a nation because of the fact that even though they're not official, they are indeed real. And tensions between Foundation and the Eurasian Federation were high because right on the border of those two, there was like a kind of like a demilitarized zone in a way where no combat's supposed to take place, and any type of combat that happens in that area is going to be met with retaliation.
But hey, it's okay though. Want to know why? Because Orb owed him a favor. Remember?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Orb owed him a favor. We didn't know what that favor was, but yeah. 6 months ago. Now. Yeah, the Foundation, 6 months ago, they really helped us out. We owe them a favor. And I was telling you, I was like, whoa, bro, I think I missed something here.
And I was the one, like, when we had the watch party with Seed Freedom in the Gundam Space Engineers Discord with everyone else, I literally told you to stop the movie and pause because I had to explain to every single person that was in voice chat what the hell this incident was. And yeah, and I am of course talking about what they known as the Freedom Seizure incident, which is barely even scratched in the movie. And long story short, some random a-hole with very clear ties to Foundation, and his name was Leonard apparently, which was revealed in a different source, which I'll get into in a sec. But yeah, this random a-hole by the name of Leonard frickin' hijacked the Strike Freedom somehow, despite being Kira's baby under heavy guard in frickin' a Compass warship. Somehow he managed to hijack the Strike Freedom successfully and make a break for it. And Foundation deployed its specialized mobile suit team, which we will know as the Black Knights, to stop it and retrieve it. So they shot it down. Leonard died, but he knew what he was getting himself into because he was in cahoots with them, as we will later see. But yeah, after the Black Knights shot down the Strike Freedom, which the only scene of that we see in the movie is one of the Black Knights, I think it was Griffin, aka our beloved friend Bra69's favorite of the Black Knights, which he goes full on Pack God every time he goes on screen. like every time Griffin comes on screen, Bra in the frickin' chat would go full on Pack God on him. He just does not like Griffin at all for whatever reason. And I don't like him either, but not to that extreme. But as I was saying, so after Griffin shoots down the Strike Freedom, which all we see is just him like running up to the Strike Freedom, Leonard taking a few shots, but the femtotech armor of the Black Knights mobile suits absorbing every shot from the beam rifle, and just one single slash across the cockpit, and that's it. That's it. That's all we see is there. And Bra69 is not here yet, Lo-Fi. He probably will be in a little bit. I predict he will be.
By the way, yeah, he's right there. It wasn't Griffin. It was the red one. It was the red one. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was it? Oh,
not Shira, not Shira, but Lou. Yeah. I kind of forgot the guy's name, but I knew it was the red one. But yeah, but the thing is this though, like the way I seen it, it was like, hey, we need to make a movie. So we need to make the movie. So the way I seen it was like, hey, we need to find an excuse why Kira is feeling this way. We need to find a way like why he's always feeling down. To me, the way I got it was he probably is experiencing some trauma of the Strike Freedom getting stolen and being used against Orb, because the Strike Freedom, I believe, was what in Orb when it was attacked. It was attacking Orb, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
At the time, but yeah, getting back to that, after the Black Knights retrieve the Strike Freedom, Compass saw what happened, and they're like, "Oh, these guys actually got the freedom back for us. You know what? These guys are cool. We like these guys. You know what? Let's make buddies with them." And yes, Gojira, I know the Calray A is a total freaking ripoff of the Vignerona. Like, it's not even freaking a question. You put the Vignerona and the Calray A side by side, and it's like, bro, can I copy your homework? It's not even. Fukuda didn't even try to be subtle with that. But yeah, after that is when we finally see them meet up with the Foundation leaders, starting with Orphe and the Black Knights, welcoming Compass to their kingdom.
Right,
so
but
off the transport.
Yeah, but the very next scene later on, it wasn't very welcoming, scene, because obviously the Black Knights were sitting there calling him useless, and again, I'm sitting here thinking like, why are they calling him useless like this? Obviously because it reflects back to the freedom being stolen.
Yeah,
and
like for real, like the only Black Knight out of all of them that had some semblance of character was Ingrid. the blue-haired chick.
I liked her.
Like, the rest of them were all just mustache-twirlingly, comically evil. Like, Snivy Whiplash level frickin' evil. And yeah, that's another thing Gojira that just pointed out. Yeah, before that we even got to that sword fighting scene, frickin' Orphe repeatedly makes a move on frickin' Lacus.
Yeah, I jumped ship.
The mere touching of her hand causes Lacus to have what I like to call a seedgasm. And hey bro, we were just talking about you and your waifu, Griffin.
Yeah.
How the moment Griffin shows up on screen, you go full on frickin' pack god on him with his, and I quote, Adidas ass haircut.
But so what exactly happened? Because so let's go back like a few more minutes. So they arrived. Foundation is meeting up with Compass. Lacus meets the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Orphe is the Prime Minister of Foundation, and Aura is the Queen.
Right. So can you explain, like, whenever Lacus and see, I already forgot his name. I don't even care about him. So whenever Orphe, so whenever they met, what exactly happened?
Well, when Orphe met Kira or Orphe met Lacus?
Orphe met Lacus.
Oh well, when Orphe met Lacus, he immediately like the moment he touched her hand the first time, he psychically started essentially like connecting with her because of the fact that Lacus didn't even know it at the time, but she was exactly the same type of human being as Orphe, and Orphe started psychically connecting with her in her mind, and essentially after that she's like, wait a minute, what is going on here? Why am I hearing his voice with him just like just staring at me like that? And she kind of like has a mini seed mode when that happens. Yeah,
and whenever and obviously after moments after that ended, Kira sort of almost went through the same thing. Like he could kind of hear like the other's thoughts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because this is officially the introduction of what we will now come to know later as the Accords.
Right.
Which, for anyone not in the know, if you remember in the past, when we made fun of Fukuda for claiming that new types exist in Seed with no evidence to back it up, when he said, oh, quote-unquote, Mu and Rao are the last remaining new types, which is complete bullcrap, and they're not new types at all. The Accords are now officially Seed's rendition of new types, innovators / innovades, and X-rounders. This is the official ripoff of new types that Seed has chosen to go with. And in a nutshell, the Accords are essentially a really, really, really bad ripoff of the Innovades from 00 mixed with the Diamond Rose Knights from Cross Angie. That's essentially what they are in a nutshell.
Yeah. And obviously now we're jumping back to the scene where, the mustache twirly evilness, they're useless. Now, this is a part, like, I was kind of hoping, like, look, I'll be real with you guys, I kind of hope Shin got redeemed. I like Shin more than I like Kira. That's just me.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone can almost agree with that, depending on your perception of fiction, because I know that certain people who have more tolerance for Mary Sues and not so much anti-Sues will hate Shin more and tolerate Kira a little bit more, but I found that most people tend to hate both, but hate Kira more from my personal interaction with the Seed fandom. But yeah, like, the problem is that, again, Shin's character got completely derailed in the end of Destiny, and this is the aftermath, which I will happily frickin' send you a little picture, because it's frickin'... This is going to shut every single doubter up about Seed Freedom, about Shin in Seed Freedom in particular, about him allegedly getting quote-unquote redeemed.
See, like I said, I like Shin because in a movie writing perspective, I felt like his character had a lot to develop later in the series. Like if I was a writer and I looked at him, I'm like, okay, if I were to write about his character, I would definitely know what direction I will go and his motivations. I feel like his motivations was on trail until obviously Vakuda was like, let's change it around. And obviously, and you could kind of see the cause and effect. Now we've seen the cause and effect in this movie, so obviously I was like, it might be better if the movie comes out because Shin's in the movie. Obviously, it doesn't happen because in this scene we see obviously the guy, the Black Knights are calling him losers and stuff like that. Then Shin's like, "Oh yeah, prove it. I'm gonna prove it."
Shin goes up and tries to sword fight against Shura Serpentine, who, by the way, before I even get into that, Shura Serpentine is easily the most cringeworthy Black Knight out of all of them, despite what Bra will tell you about Griffin. Shura is... You could tell just by looking at him a nanosecond that he is pure evil. Like, he's got amber yellow eyes. He's got...
horns.
He's got devil horns in his hair. And his name is Shura Serpentine. You might as well have just named him Mephistopheles, or better yet, the Devil.
It's kind of funny.
It's freaking comical about how evil he is, how pure, unapologetically evil he is.
Right.
The only thing I'll say about Shura is that he knows how to freaking mix it up in melee. I'll give him that. His melee skills are solid, but his character is ass. Just complete ass.
Right.
But yeah, getting back to Shin.
So
he tries to fight Shura in a sword fight. I think he picks a katana up or something.
It was a saber.
But yeah, it was like a saber or something like that. But yeah, but the funny thing is, Shin doesn't hold the saber one-handed. He holds it like he's swinging a kendo stick, which is hilariously stupid. But at the same time, it goes to show how little of a damn they cared about Shin when they made him just take L after L after L, which you're gonna see throughout the entire movie.
Yeah, and again, I really did not like that. Like I said, it was the cause and effect from I don't know. I felt like when it came to this movie, Fukuda just saw Shin. He's like, I really don't care about this character anymore. I really wanted him to make it work, but because of what happened in Destiny, I could kind of care less because people don't care about him. People care about Akira. And that, like I said, Destiny kind of, showed that. But anyways, so the next step is that, so after Shin got beat during the saber fight.
His ass absolutely handed to him.
Right.
Shura made a complete fool of him.
Yeah, because... they're useless. They're losers. So the next scene, I believe they're in the throne room.
Yeah, actually, no. I do believe the throne room was before that.
Was it before that?
Talking.
Oh, okay.
They were talking with Queen Aura.
Okay, so I'm trying to.
After that,
I'm trying to remember
when Shin got his ass beat.
Oh, right, right. They're having the ball party. That's what it was.
The ball party.
Yeah.
Where Orphe and Lacus had a little waltz together. And Kira looked at them from a distance and got very jealous, but also at the same time, Ingrid looked from behind the pillar and got jealous at the same time too.
From 2 football fields away.
Yeah, yeah, they're both freaking jealous because Kira's getting cucked, and Ingrid is jealous because Orphe's falling for Lacus and not her. And that's why I'm saying Ingrid is the only Black Knight that I feel anything for. The rest of them are just caricatures.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like, to be honest with you, I kind of feel like they just wanted to have a love triangle going on, or won't even say that, a love square.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was when it comes to relationships in the Cosmic Era, there were a lot of them that went in very weird directions, even in OG Seed. We almost had a love square in OGC with Kira, Kigali, Lacus, and I think maybe Atherin in there too. But after that got resolved a little bit after it was revealed that Kira was siblings with Kigali. But yeah, freaking the ball party scene just resulted in Kira getting cucked multiple times, like multiple freaking times. Like once after the ball party was over, like we see Lacus and Orphe out in the garden together, where they just start talking about freaking totally not the Destiny plan, and
Yeah.
Lacus entertains him for a bit, which Kira is standing out in the at the balcony, and he could somehow hear Orphe as if he was standing right next to him, despite being like a football field away, standing on the balcony, which never made sense to me. Oh, and to tangent really quick, Zero Force Kuna, Agnes is by far the single most pointless character in the entire movie. You could take her out of the movie entirely, and not a single damn thing would change.
I'm not gonna lie, he did bring her up at a perfect time because of the next scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which, let's talk about Agnes really quick.
Yeah.
We forgot to address another thing in after the opening scene, where Agnes starts frickin' being a wise ass to Luna and Shin at that one point earlier on, where he's like, "Oh, I guess the whole Freedom Killer name wasn't that big of a deal, huh?"
So
you go on.
No, I'm gonna have to jump in real quick because now this is where like my true feeling comes in about this movie right now. So I've been like really holding it in. So Agnes, I have a real big issue with Agnes, and I'll tell you why. It's a character that nobody knows, nobody recognizes, nobody grew up with. It's a 20-year period in between, and whenever you first watch this movie, you're like, who the hell is this chick? Like, you have no idea who this is. This woman just came out of nowhere, but you're supposed to know who she is. You know, like, I'm Agnes. I went to school with him. Like, yeah, but we don't know who the hell you are. Like, we have, right. So when Fukuda wrote this character into the movie, he expected, it's like, yeah, you know what? People are going to know exactly who she is, just read my book. Again, like a lot of these points in the movie, you have to buy the novel to understand some of the gaps in between. But even if you read these novels, it does not change how you feel about this character because you have no idea who this character is. You did not grow up with this character, and I feel like they just threw her in there just to do it. I don't know if it's because, we need to make a movie, we need to make something happen, we need to have a rivalry with Luna Maria because everybody has to have a rivalry in this movie, and. When they add her in here, she's just an immature, ignorant, and just a waste of time. It really is. Like, I could literally remove her from the film. Not only it would save me at least 10 minutes of the film of her being in it, but it would actually probably slightly improve the film a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because let's think about that. What would happen if you took Agnes out? Somebody else, probably a lot more competent, would pilot the Gyanstrom. Which, fun fact. The Gyanstrom that she pilots was supposed to be for Isaac Jewel, and I think that's pretty obvious considering the fact that it's painted in Isaac's colors that he had in Seed Destiny for the /Zaku Phantom.
It's been confirmed.
And the fact that it also has Isaac's /Zaku Phantom beam halberd as a melee weapon. That's another thing. But if you take her out of that scene, somebody else is going to pilot the Gyanstrom, probably with more competence, and potentially even give the Immortal Justice more time to shine in combat. And if you take her out of the relationship scenes, with which we will get into in a bit, that will probably give us more time to explain other things in the movie. And if you take her out of another scene that we'll get into in a bit, where surprise, surprise, she ends up betraying Compass. If you took her out of that scene, Shura would have just continued fighting in her place and just went to finish off the Rising Freedom anyway. And if you took her out of the final battle, that would remove that opponent from Luna and give her more time to fight alongside Shin, and probably make the two have some more memorable moments fighting like a dynamic duo again. Nothing would change in terms of the core plot at all.
Yeah,
she is completely pointless.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think she's a waste of space. But I think I know why they put her in there, and I got to read this comment. It's was it the Intertech 9? If Agnes was supposed to be, if Agnes was supposed to be someone you hated, you think she wasn't written well. I think the point is this. I think the point is that they needed to have some sort of rivalry between Luna and somebody else. So I think Agnes was supposed to be that rivalry. Now, but also at the same time, they needed to get the plot going with something. And obviously, yes, she played as the rivalry, and she played as something to continue a certain plot. Now, I think she wasn't written right because she is a character that nobody knows and nobody knows about. Now, if it was a character that we already know, like from the previous Seed or Seed Destiny, maybe somebody who sympathized with the Destiny plan, who just like how the I'm going to be jumping ahead, but you're going to know what I mean. But remember the Zaf Kudita later in the film.
Yeah.
So these guys, sympathize with the Destiny plan and jump ship basically. We're going to follow through with it. I think if it's something like that, maybe it would have gotten a little better. Like one of these Foundation guys got to that pilot and told him hey, we sympathize with the Destiny plan, and that person's like, you know what, it kind of made sense to me. Maybe I should take a part of it. But right now we have a very immature rivalry that nobody like I said, nobody knows this character. It's people waited 20 years for this movie to come out. They look in theater man, we're supposed to know who this is, but people don't.
Exactly, but also to clarify a bit, what we're talking about with the rivalry thing, that whole novel that you were talking about, for anybody in the chat that is not aware of what novel that is, right at the theatrical release of this movie, Mitsuo Fukuda, I kid you not, I cannot believe this is actually a thing. He started giving out copies of a pre-sequel novel to Gundam Seed Freedom, which details the events of the Freedom Seizure incident, and it also explains Agnes's background and where her character came from, about how she was essentially established in this pre-sequel novel, which takes place in between Seed Destiny and Freedom, with flashbacks to Seed Destiny, the beginning of it. Now, apparently, Agnes was in the same pilot recruit class as Shin and Luna Maria, and they essentially got to know each other like that. However, Agnes was someone who was absolutely conniving, condescending, and full of herself even back then, and she was actually trying to make moves on Shin. And Luna did not like this about her at all, but they got into fights with each other for it as well. But she tolerated it at the time. But that also explains a few bits of dialogue, which we will get to later on. But I just wanted to give some context on that. That Agnes is the one that Agnes was essentially introduced in that novel. In that, I still can't believe Fukuda had the balls to hand out physical copies of the pre-sequel novel at the theatrical releases himself, because that tells me that this movie was already badly structured. Because if right at release day, on day one, you need to hand out supplementary material to understand things in the movie, that tells me that your story has fundamentally failed, because where did we see that before? I'll tell you where. Destiny 1. That game did the exact same thing, and it was ripped to shreds for that movie. The fact that 60% of Destiny 1 was all the story and all the lore and all the things you needed to know was outside the game. You had to go on websites, read novels, read web comics and all that. All the supplementary material outside of the game itself was 60% of the lore and story.
So,
and Seed Freedom essentially did the same thing here. So, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, so my only explanation is that this movie was supposed to be longer. That's my only explanation. But either Sunrise said we need to cut the movie off, so you need to cut some scenes. That's literally and look, movie production studios will actually do that. So production studios will say, hey, we need to cut the time by let's say 10-15 minutes. And honestly, I think to fit in some of the gaps in this movie, it probably does need 10 to 15 minutes. But this is over a 2-hour long movie.
It's exactly 2 hours, actually.
Oh, exactly 2 hours. Yeah, so it's a long movie. But if you need more, okay, for example, I'm not dissing Zack Snyder, by the way. So when the first Justice League movie came out, you know, it wasn't really that good. But when Zack Snyder came out with that 4 hour long cut, honestly, it proved a lot of things in the movie. It really did, in my opinion.
Debatable.
Debatable, okay.
That's a whole other can of worms right there.
Right, which
Yeah.
you know, it's another topic. But in my opinion, it's some things. Like I said, just some things. I personally think it proved some things. So I think this is going to be the same case with this movie, where like, oh gosh, probably this thing actually needed another hour. But honestly, I don't want to waste another hour in this movie. So
although I doubt Seed fans would have cared. Honestly, I doubt they would have. They probably would have lost track of time.
Yeah,
like, I mean, every single person I knew with this movie that saw it like in the theaters at the time, they honestly, it felt like this movie went by fast for them.
Yeah.
And I can see why, because the pacing in this movie is totally out of whack. Like, there's so many things just completely getting thrown in your face at rapid fire, and it doesn't give you much time to process all of it, or at least not the first time. Like, you get thrown a lot of stuff that you have to stop and ask questions about. Like, the Freedom Seizure incident is the prime example. Like, right, and that was probably the first big one where I had to pause and I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Where did this even come from? How did this even happen? Can I get some context on it? And the movie barely does, aside from one scene where frickin' Lou, one of the Black Knights, shoots down the Freedom and kills Leonard.
Right.
That's it. It was like a 5-second long scene.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like they cut, because I feel like if Sunrise says, hey, you need to cut some scenes off, I think even Fukuda probably knew, like, yeah, these scenes are probably useless, but at the same time, it's really going to throw people off. I don't know. I'm not trying to defend the movie at this point, but the next scene, we are on the ship Millennium, and no. Yes, we're on the ship Millennium. That's what where we're at. We're on the ship Millennium. Kira's doing something in the, I guess, the prep room, and then we see Agnes walk up.
Right.
And
we see, Agnes walk up to Kira, and I wish I was freaking kidding.
Her commanding officer.
Yeah, no, Kira is the commanding officer. She freaking walks up, starts flirting with him, and she's literally groping herself. I freaking wish I was kidding, but this is actually a thing.
Yeah, we actually had to pause it.
They zoom in on her crotch, and she's like fondling herself, just talking to Kira. She is actually thirsty.
And what makes it low is that Lacus was like right there by the door too, and she saw her. She saw her.
Yeah, when she starts running her mouth off, like Lacus has like a tray of like freaking food, like some freaking Haro rice balls straight from Gundam Cafe, like. She's hearing them talk. She like stands behind the wall with the food in her hand, just listening, and freaking Agnes is literally simping for Kira. Is like, why are you letting her push you around like that? I would never. Someone who loves you would never do that. And she's like all trying to get on his freaking side and all this, but like, it's crazy to me that they actually zoomed in on that. Like, the first thing I did was just bust out laughing, and I said, wow, this chick is thirsty.
Yeah, no, we had to pause and, like, look at each other like,
And then halfway through, Agnes realizes Lacus is behind her, hiding, and then she makes her move. She tries to grab Kira's hand and confess her love to him. And Kira's like, hey, listen, that's not like that. Shut up. And he just walks away. Like, you don't know a damn thing.
Yeah, and
that's when but right as he's about to walk away, Lacus walks away first. Seemingly, like, finding this whole situation extremely awkward. But then Kira realizes Lacus was there. and she heard everything.
Oh,
And that's when he tries to chase after her.
Oh, this is where like my favorite scene comes up because I'm telling you something was cut here too. So Kira runs out the ship, runs after her, and that's where the Prime Minister showed up.
Yeah, that's where Orpheus shows up, and they get into a little bit of a talk. Which, the first thing that he says to Kira, forgive my rudeness, but you don't deserve her.
Yeah, basically.
And I'm like, okay, so if you didn't have enough reason to hit him for cucking you before with the dance, you sure as hell do now.
It's worth a war.
Oh my god. Kira has repeatedly shown himself to be a complete freaking beta male throughout this entire movie multiple times.
Right.
Like, yeah, you can argue, oh, you want to cause a diplomatic incident, having one of the commanders of frickin' Compass punch frickin' the Prime Minister of Foundation in the face for a small altercation, which, yeah, that would spark something, but you know what that that actually would do? That would actually have Kira make a mistake. That would actually give Kira a flaw for a change. He let his emotions get the best of him, and he decked Orphe in the face, saying shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about.
And oh, go ahead.
And we'll get to that, Max. We'll get to that. Haverick I call Max because that's what everyone in GSE knows him about. But yeah, we'll get to that, Max.
So the next scene is Agnes is crying her eyes out. She goes into the Foundation hangar and she meets Sora. She sees Sora.
Yeah,
and
Shura.
Yeah, and she walks up to Sora. Am I beautiful? Oh yeah, you're beautiful. Yeah, you're beautiful. Okay, I'm switching sides.
Like really?
Like literally, that's how it happened. That's literally how it happened.
She's just crying, running over to Shura because she got complimented by Shura.
You love me?
During the sword fight scene before with Shin. On their way out, Shura makes a compliment saying that you are very beautiful, Moonlight Valkyrie, which Moonlight Valkyrie is a nickname that Agnes got. Kind of like a subtitle.
I would have given it a pass if like Sora kind of used like his accord abilities to kind of like lure her in, kind of manipulated her, but it doesn't even show that. It just says,
even have to.
Yeah, he even have to. Hey, do you love me? Yes, I love you. Okay, I'm switching.
Yeah, he's like, please, please tell me I'm beautiful. And then Shura immediately just says, you are beautiful, Moonlight Valkyrie.
And dude, they showed straight up that these guys have the power to literally manipulate your brain. And they didn't even do that on her. They're like, I'll go ahead and switch sides.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's later on. That's exactly what happens because now we get to the point where we now have the next operation for Compass, where they track down Michael, the leader of Blue Cosmos, in an area that's very close to the border between the Eurasian Federation and Foundation.
Wait, it says here in the novel, it actually shows Cyril genuinely loves Agnes. Now, I did hear, though, I'm sorry to cut you off, Wacky, but I did hear that whenever the Accord uses their abilities on you, they kind of reflect your feelings.
Well, they can see your feelings. They can see, like, all your inner pain. They can see, like, the deep corners of your mind, essentially. They can, and as we will talk about later, for better or worse.
Yeah, and it's yeah, but anyways, go on. The next scene. Oh wait, no. Let me explain the scene because this is the scene like I had to pause and I had to rant a little bit about. So, all right, so the scene before Agnes went to the hangar, obviously we seen Kira and the Prime Minister talking. She doesn't, you don't deserve her or whatever. But next thing you know, dude literally teleports in the other side of the kingdom, talking to Lacus. And then Kira, you see him like walking along and sees him. When at some point this is my little gripe about that.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad point because after Lacus made a run for it, after she overheard Agnes and Kira talking, it really impressed me how far she made it. For Kira to have to run that far after her, Like I would have thought like it was just down the hall because it didn't take her that long to get that far. That makes me wonder if a scene was cut or something.
Yeah. So obviously, like Kira sees it, he gets jealous, and then which there wasn't really much going on in that scene. And then next is Wacky. Help me out with this one.
Yeah, the scene where we see the next operation for Compass.
Right. Yeah, the operation. Okay. So yeah, it's. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it was the part where the next operation is to track down the last known location of the current leader of Blue Cosmos. His name was Michael, and he was in an area that was very close to the border of the Eurasian Federation and Foundation, like the hot zone in a way.
Right.
And essentially, that was Michael's last known location and where supposedly the last remaining hideout of Blue Cosmos was. And it shows because Blue Cosmos still has a freaking half destroyed Gundam. It's like a partially wrecked one that's like missing an arm. Its backpack is like messed up and all that. And, yeah, I don't think its backpack is even there. And it's like missing an arm, its backpack is blown off, and it's got very, very battle scarred.
I'm not gonna lie though, like I would like to see more of their mobile suits like that because it kind of shows like, oh, we're running low on resources, you know?
Yeah, although I still
I would have
wonder
liked to see
where the
that.
hell they're getting the destroyed Gundams that were in good condition beforehand though. Because those are hella expensive to make, I'd imagine.
Yeah, especially the pilots. You know, they got to get drugged somewhere.
Yeah, right. Well, then again, you don't have to have living CPUs, or at least I don't think, for destroy Gundams. They're just kind of like made to work good with them. But if they do still have living CPUs, I didn't even think of that possibility. But you're not wrong there. If they are still using living CPU pilots, like the Phantom Pain kids for those destroy Gundams in Blue Cosmos, that raises another freaking bunch of questions, honestly.
Yeah.
So they explain the plan that we're supposed to wipe out all Blue Cosmos forces, and if we manage to spot Michael, take him dead or alive, but the number one thing is to not ever cross the demilitarization zone, like the hot zone, but that borders Foundation and the Eurasian Federation, because if you do that, the Eurasian Federation could potentially retaliate, and all hell could break loose if they do that. So everyone agrees on that, and the plan seems to start out pretty good. Like, we got the Rising Freedom, the Immortal Justice, we got Mu and the Murasame Custom.
Oh, the Archangel.
The Archangel and the Millennium.
Well, Millennium stayed behind. It stayed behind near the Kingdom, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Millennium did stay behind. But yeah, like, we see everything seems to be going according to plan for the time being. And
including the Foundation's plan.
Oh, well, yeah, that's we will get to that in a moment. But yeah, as they were all taking out Blue Cosmos, and apparently a bunch of women and children had suicide bombs equipped to them, which they all blew up in the nearby town to throw Compass's efforts off even more and to provide as a distraction. Which, once that happens, Griffin makes his move and says, "Fall into darkness, Kira Yamato," and starts psychically manipulating Kira, which, for anyone who has seen the trailers of Seed Freedom back in the day, when they were first released, we saw Kira with what looked like red eyes. And everybody was speculating what the hell that was. And now we know that this is what happens when the Accords start mentally manipulating you. That eventually the, quote, fall into darkness thing is where you see basically your eyes slowly start to turn more and more red, and you start to stop being yourself in a way. Well, like you start to Wait, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was going to say, like, I think the court has something to do with manipulating your feelings, because Kira in the beginning really wanted to stop Michael. He wanted to stop this nonsense fighting, because obviously these guys have no resources, somehow getting resources though.
Right.
I think whenever they use their abilities on Kira, I think they just amped up his like desire to stop Michael by any
And
means.
they even and with that, Griffin even shows him like on like literally like on his own eyes that Michael was not only nearby, he showed him exactly where he was headed. And Kira's like, wait a minute, that's literally Michael. So he makes a mad dash for Michael in the Rising Freedom, but the problem is Michael was past the border between Eurasia and Foundation. He was on the other side of it, and Kira was not supposed to be going anywhere near the border. If he crosses it, then the Eurasian Federation will retaliate. And
Right.
he was essentially ignoring all that out of nowhere and basically saying like, not like, yo, I see Michael, I'm going after him, I'm taking him out. And everybody, as you guys all saw in the trailers, was like, no, Kira, what the hell are you doing? Stop it, don't go near there. And everyone was like, no, we gotta stop Kira. All hell's about to break loose if somebody doesn't do something fast. And
Yep.
sure enough, that's what happens. Kira crosses the border, and the Eurasian Federation starts shooting at the Rising Freedom, and Kira, because of the fact that he was being manipulated by the Accords, shoots back at them. And essentially, they took this as an act of aggression, and even Orphe starts pointing out, now Kira has clearly gone rogue. We have to do something about him now. We got to take him out. And then Lacus was obviously frantically fighting back against this. And she was like, no, stop. Let me just try to get a hold of him. And she does. She repeatedly tries to reach out for him, but Kira is like in one ear and out the other with her. Like he was not all there. Like he was getting manipulated, and his mind was getting filtered. And eventually, Lacus caves and was like, all right, somebody stop him. So then Orphe silently turns on the radio, and then so that Kira can hear Lacus's voice, and he's like, does that mean you give us permission to shoot him down? And then Lacus is like, yes, please stop Kira. And then Kira hears that, he's like, wait, what? Lacus, what? And then, yeah, like that, yeah, Bra just said it right. It's a crazy-ass gaslight.
Yeah, and I was actually talking about this scene with you, Wacky, but so now, they're going to try to stop Kira. That's where the Foundation is like, hey, we're going to go ahead and step in on this one. They stepped in, but
at that point, that's when Foundation steps in, and we get revealed a couple of things. But most importantly, we get revealed for the first time in Seed history the use of mobile dolls. Yes, people, they are back, straight out of frickin' Gundam Wing, but with a few different mechanics this time around. Now, the mobile dolls in Seed Freedom, they are basically unmanned Jins and Dins with like specialized like heads, but the way that they work is that the Black Knight suits, the Rudras and Shivas and the Shiva, they have these like red laser target pointers on them that you have to basically paint a target with them, and anything that the Black Knight mobile suits paint a target with those laser pointers, the mobile dolls will attack. That's essentially the mechanic at play here.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happens. Like, Kira starts getting painted with multiple laser targeters, and all the mobile dolls start swarming the Rising Freedom, to this I have a couple of issues with.
Me too.
But yeah, like I have a couple of issues with, mainly because of the fact that like we have seen the Freedom Gundam take out so many more odds than this in the past. Like even the original X-108 Freedom, like I get it. The Rising Freedom is a Wish.com Freedom Gundam, but like for a non-nuclear powered mobile suit, this thing is actually fairly impressive compared to others out there. It basically makes Kira feel like he's piloting the frickin' X-1OA again. Which, considering the fact that we've seen Kira literally just open up guns a-blazing on so many more targets, like that first time at the Battle of Alaska. We see the Freedom just standing there, just unloading all of its weapons, full burst, and we just see like a row of explosions right in front of him. Like, we see him shoot down so much more of that. And yet, against a large squadron of mobile dolls, he gets freaking shredded here.
You know, I
feel that's a little on the contrived side. Not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie though. So the reason why they use a lot of mobile dolls is because they're a very small country, and so they have to rely. I mean, don't get me wrong. They have mobile suits where they could pilot. They were given a lot of like military surpluses, like a lot of DINs and GINs.
Right.
My thing is that they have the personnel to run battleships, but not mobile suits, which is kind of crazy to me because if you think about it, so the modern, like, let's say we look at today, like an Aegis class cruiser, it takes a little over 300 people to run, but they can't find pilots. Anyways,
Alex did bring up a good point. The main potential reason why that is just because it could be just because the Black Knights are still screwing with his head and Kira is still like recoiling from it.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. I just seen that.
I guess if you look at it from that point, yeah, I can kind of see that. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, like after the mobile dolls go in for a strafing run and weaken the Rising Freedom, that's where the Black Knights all take turns just kicking the absolute crap out of Kira, one at a time, and all getting their fill, with Shura going, and then eventually Shura just starts going absolutely ham on him. He just goes full on level 3 X Factor and just goes full on ham in him with melee combat.
Now the dude won, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, Shura absolutely wrecked Kira in melee.
Yeah, and then he got help.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a second. Meanwhile, while this was happening, frickin' then we see the Archangel getting attacked as well by two of the Black Knight suits. I think it was the blue one and the red one, or at least I think it was. It was something like that. Yeah, it was Mr. Edgelord, and I think the other one was Lou. Mr. Edgelord being the one with the mask on, and yeah, oh yeah, and it turns out, yeah, that I remember his name now. Mr. Edgelord, aka Daniel Harper. Which is like the most non-edgy name I've ever heard, and yet he's the one with the frickin' like I haven't slept in 2 months eyes and wearing that frickin' Sith-esque looking mask. And it's him and Lou, the one that pilots the red one, the red Rudra. Oh, it's the blue and pink? No, are you sure? I remember pink was the girl. I remember it was the two that yeah, Mr. Edgelord is Daniel Harper. I remember that now, Intratech. But
yeah, well, the Power Rangers were there.
I remember one of them. I think it was one of them that was Lou, and the other one was Dan, that went after the Archangel specifically. I remember it was 2 guys. The girl was doing something else at the time.
Yeah,
which I can't even remember the girl because she was that forgettable.
Yeah,
but, like.
Well, then one of the Power Rangers decided to go off and went into the woods, and I was actually talking to Wacky about this earlier. So the Eurasian forces right at the border decide to have these trucks out there. By the way, the only thing guarding these trucks are military personnel. Like, you know, hey, here's a vest and here's a rifle. Make sure you protect this place from mobile suits. And right. And they station nuclear missiles right at the border.
Oh yeah, that's enough. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, just gripes me.
Which eventually they end up launching in retaliation because they thought that this was an attack on the Eurasian Federation. Took that as an attack on their freaking soil,
right?
Like an invasion. So they decided to push the button and cross the Rubicon. which I'd like to also point out there is a freaking massive problem with these nukes, considering the fact that the nukes they launch are labeled as tactical nukes, which is complete bullcrap. Absolutely complete bullcrap, because when they actually go off, you could see the nuclear explosion from space, which is absolute bullcrap. And these nukes can wipe out an entire frickin' city. Like, they wipe the city completely off the map. And when a tactical nuke, it would just make a big hole in a city, but not destroy the whole frickin' place, necessarily. Like, even Fallout 3 can tell you that. But yeah, like the Black Knight, well, yeah, Alex, to clarify, yes, the Black Knights technically hijacked the nukes that were on the Eurasian border, but yeah, like
the point,
no, they were stationed there.
Right. Well, like there were, like I said, like there was nothing guarding these nukes. They were inside of a like a missile truck. Multiple ones. Yeah, they were like MLRSs. They had one or two nukes in them. They were literally guarded by military personnel, like the dumbest. Like, whoever thought of this was like the dumbest military guy. They literally stationed like them right at the border in a truck, guarded with guys with guns. And so the point of it is that the Foundation, came down in their mobile suits, killed the personnel by themselves, by the way.
Right.
And launched the nukes at the Foundation to make the Eurasia country look like, oh no, they're nuking the Foundation. So basically, the Foundation nuked themselves.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, to raise tensions. Yeah, to raise tensions. Yeah. So and by the way, the Millennium captain, by the way, he's also in Accord. I bet you didn't know that too, Racky, right?
Wait, is he?
Yeah, I mean, how in the world did he knew that missiles were a tactical nuclear missile was on the way? He told Luna Mario, like, he was just standing there on the bridge and said, Luna Mario, grab a sniper rifle. Like, he...
Now you just freaking, you just got me thinking, hold on a minute, I need to freaking...
Yeah, because they're away from the battlefield. He had no idea what's going on. They're just sitting there at the kingdom. The captain of the Millennium just sitting there. He's like, hey, Luna Mario, just get out with a sniper rifle.
Well, I mean, again, unless you're making a joke, because...
It was a joke, but...
Oh, I was about to say, because, Captain Alexei, I don't think is an Accord, but if you want to call out that bullcrap, then I can totally see where you're coming from.
Yeah, he's outside the battlefield. He's outside of the range of communications. He has no idea what's going on. He just happens to call Luna Mario and says, "Hey, I need you to go out in your Gelgood with a beam sniper rifle. I got a feeling about something." Something like that. And here comes the nuke. Luna Mario shoots one of them down, but unable to shoot the other.
Yeah, like, I was, like, I gotta admit, when I saw Luna shoot the first nuke down, I'm like, okay, redemption arc from what happened with Seed Destiny with Jabril's shuttle. But the second nuke, the same exact thing happens again. I'm like, well, some things just never change.
Right. So now, the Foundation Kingdom is now nuked. Multiple times. Millennium makes a break for it, I believe, underwater?
Well, Millennium, I think, actually, that's a good question. I think Millennium did hide from the blast underwater, and I know that's where Luna hid from the blast. That's how she managed to get out of there.
Right.
Her mobile suit was underwater when the nuke went off, and she got shook up, but she managed to get out of there alive from it.
Right. Now, when that happened, now we go back to Kira. He's losing the battle.
Hold on. Before we do that, can we address one thing with that scene when everybody was watching the nukes go off? But before we do that, let's address going back to the Archangel a bit and the absolute bullcrap that happened to it. Like, we see the Archangel get shot down by two of the Black Knights. They blow up the Gottfrieds. The back half of the ship comes flying off. It crash lands into the ground. And then everybody's told to abandon ship, right? And then one of the Black Knights, in true homage to OG Gundam Seed, points the beam rifle right at the bridge, and Ramius freaking hits like a button on her seat, she slides back and then goes down into the ship, and the Black Knight pulls the trigger, and the bridge of the Archangel gets destroyed. I'm like, okay, nice save. But then we see the Archangel immediately get bombarded by a crapload of missiles and get blown to pieces by a huge explosion. Like, as far as I'm concerned, when I first saw that, I'm like, okay, so the Archangel is, like, blown to crap, and Ramius is dead. Rest in peace.
Oh, yeah,
but
she would have died.
But then after that happens, we see later that the Archangel was not blown to absolutely tiny pieces, but was somehow still intact, and we see Ramius just sitting on the ground right on the wreckage, somehow still alive. Freaking how? That makes no sense and should have never freaking happened. There is absolutely no way in hell Maru Ramius should have got out of there in time, considering the fact that we saw the Archangel get blown to freaking pieces. Like, it was an explosion that engulfed the entirety of the ship. Like, as far as the viewers were concerned, the Archangel was gone. That was the end of the ship.
Yep, and then 20 years later,
we see this happen, and we see frickin' Maru looking up, and we see what's it called? We see Mula Flaga in his Murasame Custom, which got damaged. Pick up Ramius and says, "Sorry, I'm late." And I'm like, shut up, Mu. But trust me when I say this. This is not the worst thing to come when it comes to Mula Flaga. We will get to that later on.
No, so Kira is now fighting Sura, and
Yeah,
obviously
Shura.
he's losing. And right before the kill shot came in, guess who steps in? Wacky, do you remember who steps in?
Agnes.
Yep.
Agnes in the frickin' Gyanstrom. With as Kira was fighting Shura, where Shura was just going level 3 X Factor melee rushdown with him. That's when Shura activated the Shiva's signature weapon that essentially shoots a crap load of tiny javelins out at the Rising Freedom, and the purpose of these weapons are to essentially overwhelm phase shift armor. Essentially hit him with so many armor penetrating projectiles that the armor gets so overwhelmed that it just drains the power completely very quickly in a matter of seconds.
Smart.
But it's due to the fact that it's limited ammunition, it can only be used once per battle before you have to go back to base and get rearmed. But which I found to be a very cool weapon, not gonna lie. That's a W on the Black Knights right there, because that is really, really clever.
Yeah.
But right as we see the Freedom, which by the way, Kira barely dodged death again when two or three of these spines go right through the cockpit, missing him by inches. And we see the Rising Freedom completely immobilized. And then we see, before Shura can go in for the killing blow, Agnes appears behind the Rising Freedom in the Gyanstrom. And if she wanted to kill Kira to get back at him for what happened before, for friend zoning her, this was her chance. The Rising Freedom was right there. It was completely immobile, and now would be the time to do it. You could slice the Rising Freedom right down the middle with that beam halberd, and Kira is dead. Full stop. Immediately. No amount of plot armor can excuse that. And then, what does she do? She instead decides to slice off the left arm of the Rising Freedom first. To which I said, when I first saw that, I paused and I'm like, why did you do that? Okay, fine. You could still recover from it. Just slice horizontally through the cockpit and he's dead. Go for it. So what does she do? She slices the legs off instead. And the Rising Freedom falls down to the ground. I'm like, you dumb whore. You had everything right in front of you to kill him. And you screwed up not once, but twice. And of course, right as Agnes is about to finish him off, what happens? The quote-unquote Zagok shows up. and saves his ass, piloted by Athrun Zala.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
that's when the shenanigans begin with that. Because Athrun, when you first see Athrun, the look on his face is like, bro, I'm locked in. Like he's legitimately like ready to beat some ass. And that's when he gets into hand-to-hand combat with Shura, and he's able to fight him off somehow evenly in a freaking quote-unquote Zagok. I don't know how the frick this even was a thing. Like, I don't know why they chose to literally rip off Char's Zagok.
Copy and paste, literally copy and paste.
It's not even like it's not even like a
Zaku warrior, you know?
Yeah, it's not like the Zaku warrior where it's obviously the Sea Destiny's take on the Zaku, which you can argue that the Zaku warrior shouldn't exist because they had the Jin to begin with, but that's semantics at this point. It's not even like that situation. This is literally a copy paste of Char's Zagok, but with armor on the forearms, extra armor on the forearms, and a horn on its head. That's literally all it was. And plus, Zaft already had its own version of the Zagok, which is the Ash. So I don't know why the frick like they went with this. I am still confused.
Because it was cool in Bill Fighters, Wacky. It was cool in Bill Fighters.
Oh, and yeah.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that frickin' bullcrap when the time comes. But yeah, like, at that point, after Athrun beats, or rather, should I say, is evenly matched with Shura in that quote-unquote Zagok, that's when they realize that they gotta get out of there because the the last nuke is heading their way, and they gotta get to safety. They gotta reach minimum safe distance. And that's when Agnes decides to go with Shura when he evacuated instead of going with Compass, because I just sliced frickin' Kira's mobile suit twice and almost killed him, so I'm a bad guy now.
To the point where Alexander says that is he the only one thought the music kind of like 0079. Yeah, believe it or not, they use the same tone for Char. Like forgot which one, because there's a few music that they used for Char during the old 0079 series. They used one of the songs and inspired it,
or at least a very loose remix of it. Yeah,
it is a very loose remix of it. Yeah, so that's why you kind of got that familiar feel.
Which anybody who was still in doubt that Athrun is indeed a Char clone, this puts it all to frickin' rest.
Yeah,
for anyone who was still huffing copium about that.
Nah, I don't think they made it obvious enough.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, so the next scene.
Yeah, well, before we get to the next thing, when we see the nukes go off, the last one, and we see everybody looking at it from space. We see frickin' Shin, who, by the way, after the Immortal Justice was shot down by one of the Black Knights, he gets picked up by Hilda in her. I think it was one. I forget what suit Hilda had in that instance. It might have been a Gyanstrom, but it was a Gyanstrom at the time, I think.
Yeah, it was a Gyanstrom. And by the way, her two.
We see Shin and Hilda looking at the explosion, and Shin accidentally gropes frickin' Hilda's tit, and then Hilda's looks down and like, wait, what the hell? That scene had me busting out laughing, but I'm like, bro, you're killing the mood right now. We're looking at a frickin' nuke going off. We just saw Michael, Blue Cosmos, and a bunch of civilians go fricking just get vaporized.
I'm not gonna lie though, I do gotta give this movie some pros though, because I know I've been giving it some cons, but some pros. I do like some of the visuals in it. I kind of do, and I kind of respect the fact that they separated the animations and the CGI. I do gotta give it some pros.
Because here's the thing, I would say the animation in this movie is a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I did spot a ton of animation errors, but at least this time around, it's watchable. Like, the recycled animation is there, but it's minimal this time around.
Wacky, you gotta... Wacky, you
So,
gotta
like,
understand, man. You gotta understand. They had 20 years to work on this, man. They didn't have enough time. They were rushed.
they should have made it 30.
Yeah, yeah. I think
'Cause,
another
yeah,
10
like,
more
I
years
mean,
they would have got it.
cause yeah, like, I mean, freaking, it has about the same animation quality as Cross Angie. It uses the same style of CGI and hand drawn, but the hand drawn parts can get rough at times, especially concerning the very strange direction they went with the art style. I don't know why Hirai Hisashi did this time around, but all the women in Seed Freedom, for some reason, the way they have their lipstick on looks like they all have fat lips. I don't know why they went with that choice, but it was so strange to me.
It could have been like kind of sort of like a change of thought of animation. You know, obviously in 20 years, you know, something they'd be like, one of the animators probably like, oh, you know, let's go ahead and add this on there. You know, I really like this later on. You know what I'm saying? It's been 20 years. I'm sure the style of the way they work is going to change a little bit.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to defend the film or trying to make sense of it. You know, I'll leave that to them. But
Right.
so the next scene is that we see Archangel got blown up by the nuke, so it's completely obliterated. I can't even say the word.
Obliterated.
Yeah, there you go. And
which it was already supposed to be obliterated, but now it's like super obliterated.
yeah, even though there's like large
we...
wreckage like laying around, like you could easily pick it up and rebuild it.
Yeah, which somehow I don't get why, but I
yeah,
digress.
yeah. So the next scene, which again I guess they cut the scene off, but Lacus is now in a coma.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. Like we see Lacus getting wheeled onto in a medical bed in Foundation's custody for some reason. Like I don't know how the hell this freaking came to pass. Like what happened off camera?
Yeah, like did she pass out thinking Kira died from the nuke? Which I mean, she shouldn't be surprised. He's survived 2 other nukes before that, like last month probably.
Yeah, for real. For real. What like she should know by now.
Yeah, so, but it doesn't explain. It just shows, like, one scene, she's with the Foundation. Next scene, she's, like, in a medical bed, like, in a tube, like, being loaded into a shuttle that's taken off into space. And next thing you know, you see the big old, like, mushroom cloud up in space. You can actually see the nuke in space.
Yeah, tactical nuke my ass. Okay, that is not that is a strategic nuke. That's at least a couple of megatons, my dude.
Yeah, so now they're going to Wacky. Where are they going to?
Foundation?
Where's Foundation going to?
Say again?
Where's Foundation going to now?
Space.
But we're in space.
Most specifically, they are going over to Requiem.
That's right. Requiem makes an appearance.
Requiem, yeah. To quote Rise of the Star Wars: The Rise of Palpatine, somehow Requiem returned. which at that point, I was like, when I see Requiem getting ready to fire, I'm like, I pop out of my freaking chair and started yelling, how, over and over again, like several times. Because I did not even remotely figure out how the hell this is even possible. Like this was literally an ass pull for me the first time watching Sea Freedom, and that's when I was only later on that I was given a theory about how this is possible, because Requiem, they even asked the same exact thing in the movie. Like one of the guys from I think it was one of the nations supporting Compass, they're like, wait a minute, wasn't Requiem supposed dismantled at the end of the second Bloody Valentine War? And then they're like, yeah, wasn't it? And then after he asked that, nobody gives an answer, and it's hand waved immediately. Nobody even tries to say yeah. Why? How is it back? What the hell is going on here? Everybody, they just hand wave it immediately.
Yeah, and Artemis makes an appearance too.
Say again?
Artemis.
Well, the Artemis, the umbrella of Artemis per se, but yeah, no, the Requiem has that shield, which is basically like an enhanced version of the umbrella of Artemis. And essentially, the Accords or rather Foundation, which they also they identify themselves as the Accords now as well, like who they are, what kind of human beings they are. They make a declaration to the Earth that they are going to essentially be
commencing the Destiny plan.
Commencing the Destiny plan, enforcing it on people again, and everyone has a certain amount of time to accept the Destiny plan, or we're going to frickin' wipe your country off the face of the earth with Requiem. You have so and so amount of hours.
Yep.
Think wisely.
Yep, and the Alliance, the invasion forces.
They fire Requiem, and unlike Destiny, they actually managed to hit something with it on Earth this time around without any interruptions. And Moscow gets wiped off the frickin' map in a comically gruesome scene. Like, we see this little kid just standing there looking at these snowflakes hit her frickin' her gloves, and then all of a sudden we hear a light rumbling, and all of a sudden she bursts into flames.
Yeah.
And then, boom, vaporized.
Yeah, she literally turned into a big charcoal stick.
Yeah, and then we see the same thing happen with a bunch of guys bunch of people just having some frickin' lunch at Starbucks. Boom, into flames, but vaporized.
Which I kind of like. What I kind of admire about that scene is that they literally didn't see it coming. It just happened instantly. So that's the way I like it.
They didn't know what the hell was coming. It just before they even knew what hit it, boom, they were gone.
Yeah, and then so the next scene shows. I'm trying to think. So now Kira's in Kira, Atherin. The Millennium is now underneath the they're hiding an orb.
Yeah, they're in orb right now.
Yep.
And they, what's it called? The Foundation, the Accords, they know that the Millennium is docked at orb, and they were monitoring it carefully. And now Kira, Shin, Atherin, and all the other now former Archangel crew are all in hiding in orb, in a different spot, and they're all trying to make sense of what the hell just happened. And they start talking about Lacus and how, like, Kira asked, "Where's Lacus?" Atherin explains, like, I think she escaped on a shuttle with Orphe and Foundation. So then they essentially start like putting the pieces together of what happened, and we get to see that Queen Aura at one point was involved with research in the Mendel colony, the same colony that was involved with, like, Kira with the Ultimate Coordinator project, and him being born in the artificial wound with Dr. Hibiki and all that.
Yeah, but it doesn't get in too depth of her research or anything, to be honest with you.
Not in the movie, at least.
Yeah, not in the movie, yeah.
We see that at one point, Aura was actually looked like a normal human being, despite the fact that she's in her 50s and she looks like a frickin' Cabbage Patch Kid now. So
maybe a clone?
No, it's the real her. It's the real her, but it is heavily implied that she used her own body in the process to make the Accords, which she calls her children, and as a result, she made her body was made smaller because she like mutilated herself because of it.
So she de-aged.
That's what I am currently, as of this podcast, am understanding. If I find more info on that, then I will definitely update you guys on that later on maybe my channel or something like that. But yeah, like it's also funny because everybody in the chat's like lowly bait. And you're not wrong, because like even her freaking voice sounded very squeaky and all that. But which makes me wonder if her voice sounded different back then at the Mendel colony as well. But we get revealed that Lacus is also an Accord.
Shocker.
Because it eventually cuts in the middle of them talking. It cuts to a scene where Lacus essentially confronts Queen Aura and Orphe, saying that I'd like to return to my country at Orb now, please. So then he's like, why? You're meant to be here. So then, she asks, where's Kira? And Orpheus like, what do you mean? Kira's no longer on this earth after all, remember? You gave us permission to stop him, and we did. We killed him.
My question is, why did they need Lacus?
Well, again, because Lacus is a because remember, like, Queen Aura was involved in the creation of Lacus, considering that Lacus is an Accord. Like, in fact, she's not just an Accord, she is the Accord. She is, like, for lack of better words, the ultimate Accord.
Yeah, but
she's like the most powerful Accord of them all. And that's why that's why they wanted to try and win Lacus over on their side, to help create a new race of beings to surpass coordinators, which are all Accords.
Yeah, so this is where like my thing comes in. So, hey, so Lacus, we know that nowhere has it ever been mentioned in Seed Destiny that you're an Accord. So, but we need a reason that you need to be here with us because we need to get the main characters to attack us later in the show. So we need to find a reason. So we're just going to say you're an Accord. Okay.
Yeah.
Forget about the others. Forget about the other series. We understand you're a regular coordinator, but no. But now you're an Accord.
Yeah, essentially. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, before Lacus was a regular coordinator, or at least a very, very influential coordinator, suspiciously, and yeah, Bra just realized the ultimate Accord and the ultimate coordinator, Gary Stu and Mary Sue.
Yeah.
The perfect couple, Ken and Barbie of Gundam, right there. But yeah, like, I mean, this whole retcon could have been such an amazing opportunity to turn Lacus around, because if Lacus was a villain in Seed Freedom, if it was revealed that the way that Lacus got so much public public support was because she was unknowingly using her Accord psychic abilities to psychically manipulate the general public into being on her side, and she became a villain with that in mind, and it turned out that she was actually a bad guy the entire time, and it was revealed, yeah, I was freaking behind all of this. That's how I got the public on my side. That would make Lacus one of the best villains in all of Gundam. That would have been a freaking amazing plot twist for her.
Yeah, but my thing is that they didn't need her.
They didn't.
They didn't need her. They got Requiem. They could literally just commence the Destiny plan any way they want to. They literally did not need Lacus.
And again, Orphe is the one that primarily... Orphe and Aura were the ones that wanted to get Lacus on their side, because she was not only an Accord, she was the ultimate Accord, and that Lacus and Orphe are essentially, like, Orphe seems to think that he's like was created specifically to be with Lacus. That's the whole thing here. That's why Orphe wants frickin' Lacus so badly, and it's also due to the fact that he is also unbelievably jealous of Kira from everything that he is, which I'd also like to point out, Raul Crusade is laughing his ass off in his grave right now, because that is exactly what he said would happen. People will become jealous of you. They would want to be like you.
Yeah.
And Kira said that's bullcrap. Who's laughing now? Who the hell is laughing now? Raul frickin' got the last laugh, and now he is busting out laughing in his grave.
I like Raul. I kind of like him.
Raul was legitimately a great villain. Despite the fact that he was clearly a genocidal maniac, the way that he went about it was very good.
Yeah.
I really like Raul. But it really goes to show that during the time of Seed, that in that final battle with Freedom versus Providence, when you are rooting for the villain, and when the villain is making more logically correct points than your main protagonist, that's how you know your main protagonist has failed. That's why I'm saying. And Elemental Cross, to clarify on Orphe, Orphe is essentially a 50-50 hybrid of Ribbons Allmark from Gundam 00 and Embryo from Cross Angie. He is a 50-50 hybrid of those two characters in one, and all in the worst possible ways. Like, with how much he simps for frickin' Lacus, that was his inner Embryo coming out right there. And his ego, his superiority complex to the rest of humanity because he's an Accord, that's his Ribbons side talking right there. So yeah, like, that's essentially what Orphe is. He's 50% Ribbons Allmark, 50% Embryo from Cross Angie. But now, what happens after that one?
All right, so now they're coming up with a plan, meaning Kira and Athrun and the rest of the Archangel crew. Like, okay, now we need to get to the Millennium, but we need to make it look like they're willingly going to leave Orb, because obviously the thing is, like, the thing with Compass cannot act as an agent of Zaf. They cannot act as an agent of Eurasian.
Well, at that point, Compass was dissolved. Like, the entire freaking world put the blame on them for what happened.
That's true.
Like, due to Kira going rogue, and everybody's like, "Fine, we're pulling your funding out of freaking Compass. See, peace out."
Right, but now the point is, like, they needed to buy Orbs of Time, so the only way to buy Orb Time is to make it look like the Millennium was stolen.
Yeah, to make it look like they're stolen. However, Orphe and Aura are not stupid, or at least not yet. They were looking at the Millennium very carefully this entire time, and they saw right through that plan. But even before that plan frickin' happens, the best scene in the entire movie goes down. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. So, all right, go ahead.
Should I say it or should you?
Honestly, if you have me say it, I won't stop talking about it.
All right, so then I'll take the reign here. Then.
All right.
Because what happens next is easily the best scene in the entire movie, and
I have to agree.
Right as they're talking about all this, Kira intervenes, and then goes, "What the hell is the point?" And everyone looks at him like, "What are you talking about?" And then that's when Kira goes full on back into whiny little bitch mode from Gundam Seed, the original Gundam Seed, and goes on a pity party, an absolutely cringeworthy tirade about how, what's the point? I can't give Lacus anything she wants. I'll never be enough for her. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And my first time watching this, I paused the movie right at that point, and I said, "Hey, Kira, you feel that? That is exactly how Sai felt when you cucked him with Flay, you absolute freaking twink."
I remember that.
And then after that, Athrun gets out of his freaking chair, walks up to Kira, grabs him by his freaking collar, and beats and just bam, just right across the face, knocking him down. And immediately that was like, it's like the meme, like neuron activation in my mind. My jaw freaking dropped, and I was like, did that seriously just freaking happen? And I was like, just sitting there, I was like, I need this moment framed. This is beautiful. What's gonna happen now? So then Athrun starts freaking talking down to him. He's like, "Yo, cut that crap out. If you're not gonna do something, you can feel free to sit here and rot all day if you want, and we're gonna freaking do something about this." So then Kira gets up and he's like, "Shut up. I don't want to hear a word out of you. Don't pretend like you know everything about this." Then he rushes Athrun, and he starts trying to freaking throw hands with him. But Kira forgets one thing. He's fighting a dude with a Gundam equipped with 10 beam sabers. This dude knows how to freaking melee, okay? I don't care how much of a Gary Stu you are with that one. Unless you ass pull something new, you're gonna catch these hands. And that's exactly what happens. Athrun beats his ass multiple times, keeps knocking him down, and in the middle of this fight, Shin tries to be the good Samaritan and jump in there and stop the fighting. He's like, yo, guys, come on, chill. Commander, Athrun, chill. Let's stop it for a second. And then both Kira and Athrun both frickin' punch Shin right in the face and knock his ass down, essentially Meg Griffining his ass. Like, I was like, what the hell did he do? Come on, guys. Another frickin' L for Shin. Yet another frickin' L. Like, and that time he was like, he didn't even do anything wrong. They're just like, shut the hell up and stay out of it. So, then after that, Kira still keeps coming at Athrun out of frickin' pure angst. And finally, the punch seen and heard around the world that even got green screen, where Athrun punches Kira in the face, like uppercuts Kira one last time hard and knocks him right into the wall. And that finally gets some sense back into Kira. But I cannot stress how absolutely nutworthy this scene was for me, because I have been waiting to see Kira get his ass beat for 20 years. And it finally happened. And my lord, was it nutworthy.
Wacky got some fan service out of this moment.
Oh my god. Like, my reaction to that was like essentially what Maximilian Dude's reaction was to Marvel vs. Capcom Arcade Collection getting announced. I was freaking hopping off.
Yeah, bro.
First time.
So, bro is mentioning something that was something totally out of Kira's character is when he said,
"Oh, he freaking retracted
so
it."
Yep.
Yeah, that's another thing. That was in the middle of that fight. I think it was right before Shin butted in and tried to stop them. Kira pulled out the wildest freaking retort, where Athrun was like, you think you got the weight of the world on your shoulders, huh? You think you're the one that takes the brunt of all this? Kira replied with the wild retort of, I can't help it. It's because you're all freaking weak. And the moment I saw that, I paused. I'm like, that has to be the most wild thing that Kira has ever said. He is literally flexing the Gary Stu poverty tax on everyone in the room. Like, that is unbelievable for me. Like, I was flabbergasted. And I remember the first thing I said after that was, Athrun, hit him again. And thankfully he did. Unfortunately, Shin got hit in the middle of it, but yeah. Athrun ran it back, and Kira did not get away with that wild freaking retort. And he got his ass beat properly this time. And after that was when everyone is eventually, finally made nice again. And Kira calmed down, came to his senses, and they're like, okay, so how are we gonna get to frickin', how are we gonna get up there? Like the Rising Freedom and Immortal Justice are both gone. So, how are we gonna do this?
This is like probably like one of the most like convenient things I've ever seen in a movie. So they're like, hey, we have no mobile system.
Really quick.
Yep.
Do you mind if I BRB to get a water bottle and you can like address some of the chat while I'm gone, maybe?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, we're almost 2 hours in, man. Like, take a break.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, my voice box is really starting to ache, but yeah, like, I mean, I'll be right back. You can like just entertain the chat in the meantime, like answer some questions or something, I guess. But yeah, I just gotta get something to rest my voice box for a sec. I'll be right back.
All right, I got you, man. All right. Yeah, except for that bright slap, he got the Athrun punch. She may as well be collateral damage or extension. Yeah, yeah. I kind of felt like this is where like Shin did not at all get his redemption because everybody's beating his ass. Everybody. Oh, thank you, Basket. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely trying to it's been definitely trying to been trying to improve anyways. I've been trying to put more time into it. Trying to get back into the groove. Does Wacky have a new YouTube page? I have no idea. Do you still love Siege soundtrack? I actually like the soundtrack. I think that's where most of the budget went. I personally like it. What were you expecting all of the movie before the trailer? Ooh, okay. So whenever I heard about the movies coming out, 20 years of it developing, I kind of hoped a lot from it. I look, obviously we were talking about a lot of negatives, but you know, I do have some positives. The positive is I think they sort of kept true to the style of how it's supposed to be animated, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I'm back by the way.
Oh, welcome back.
But yeah, they pay homage to a lot of animation, like iconic animation scenes.
Yeah.
Like the freedom with what's it called? Like the strike freedom, I should say, with the way it deploys its dragoons, with the rising freedom, with how it does the high mat full burst attack. There's a homage to the X108 freedom. They do a lot of things with that.
Yeah. Another question is, do you have any favorites among the upgraded suits?
The upgraded suits, the Infinite Justice Type 2, probably for me.
For you? Probably Destiny. I'm gonna have to say the Destiny. If they fix the Palm Vistas. Yeah, Spec 2. If they fix the Palm Vista.
The Palma Fiocina?
Yep, that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They kind of didn't, as we saw, because here's the thing. The Palma Fiocina is not a broken, like a bad weapon in a sense that it wasn't the fact that it's not, like, badly written. It's the fact that Shin is a moron with how he uses it. That's the problem here. Like, if you ask me, in hindsight, the Destiny shouldn't have even had a frickin' beam rifle to begin with. Like it has two of them in its hands. It has one in each hand, and if it had to have a handheld weapon, a railgun would have made a lot more sense. And that's exactly what it has in the movie, a railgun, which we will get to that now because we are getting to what are we gonna fight with? We have no more Rising Freedom and Immortal Justice. And that's when we get shown that yes, we do have the strike. We have the Strike Freedom Type 2, and we have the Destiny Spec 2.
Oh yeah, the one of the most like I said, like it's one of these moments that's so convenient. Like, oh no, we got no mobile suits, we got no this and that, and the engineer from Astray, I forgot her name. She's like, well, I got something right over here. Right, exactly. Just convenient after convenience after convenience. So now they go to the next room. Is obviously the hangar. There's 3 mobile suits there. You got the Impulse, you got the Strike Freedom Spec 2, and the Destiny Spec 2.
Right, but it gets revealed to us what I consider to be one of the biggest technological plot holes in the cosmic era. By the way, the person that you're thinking of is Erica Simmons. The engineer, the one that the engineer of Orb,
yeah,
that was behind the development of the Strike Freedom and Destiny Type 2 and Spec 2. But yeah, we get told, which causes one of the biggest plot holes in Gundam Seed's tech lore to raise its ugly head. once again. But now, it's impossible to ignore. You could have ignored it at first, but now it's impossible. Because, Elemental Cross, we'll get to the Strike Freedom Type 2. Don't you worry. We will get to that. But, Erica Simmons tells us when she shows us the Destiny Spec 2 and the Strike Freedom Type 2 that these mobile suits are powered by fusion reactors. Not N-jammer cancelers, not a thing with these things. They are now straight up nuclear fusion reactor, hyperdeuterium fusion reactors, which are not violating the treaty. They're not like a violation of anything because they're not using N-jammer cancelers to make nuclear fission possible, because N-jammers only block nuclear fission. Nuclear fusion is completely unaffected by them. So now we have nuclear fusion reactors with the Strike Freedoms Type 2 and the Destiny Type 2, and presumably the Infinite Justice Type 2 as well. But the reason why this is such a huge problem is because this highlights the biggest technological plot hole in Cosmic Era history. Because, no, the Strike Freedom is too. The Type 2 is as well. They absolutely are, Alex. Both of them are. But the reason why this is a problem is because it raises the billion-dollar question of why in God's name did it take this long to get fusion reactors in mobile suits?
Well, easy. They needed to make a movie.
Yes, I know, but that's not exactly a good excuse. And no, Max, no. Those Gundam's reactors were never fusion. They were hyperdeuterium nuclear fission reactors beforehand. For the original Strike Freedom and Destiny, they were always nuclear fission reactors with N-jammer cancelers. That was how they did it before, but now we have full-on fusion reactors, which don't use N-jammer cancelers at all. But again, why the hell did it take this long to get fusion reactors in Gundam Seed in mobile suits? Because here's the problem with this. Fusion reactors were an established thing even in vanilla Gundam Seed. The first Gundam Seed, they were already an established thing, and multiple pieces of technology use them. And one of which, here's a fun fact, one of which is the fricking Archangel. The Archangel had a fusion reactor on board to power it. And again, there were plenty of other pieces of tech that did have fusion reactors, not just in Seed, but in Destiny as well. Multiple other ones. So you're telling me that if the technology for fusion reaction was very much present at the time, how the hell did they not immediately try to go out of their way to switch from fission to fusion all over the world to get around this problem? Because when they put the N-jammers into the Earth, it caused an energy crisis of crippling proportions all over the globe because nuclear fusion was gone. They couldn't do it no more. And now, despite the fact that nuclear fusion, the technology for it was very clearly there and used multiple times, how the hell did they not globalize this to get around the energy crisis caused by the N-jammers and to streamline nuclear fusion reaction into pretty much everything? How the hell is that a thing only now in Seed Freedom when it's convenient for the sole purpose of bypassing the treaty with N-jammer cancelers being banned? It makes absolutely no sense. And this has been a problem for a long time now, but now it is getting waved in our face completely. It's impossible to ignore this time around.
Hey man, I'm telling you, dude, the power of convenience, dude. It's exactly what it is.
In true Fukuda fashion. So what was that? So what after this, you want to keep going or should I keep going?
I'll go ahead and take over this part. So what happened next was that now they have to come up with a plan to get to the Millennium, but at the same time, stay underneath the Foundation's radar. So the only way to do that is to pretend that they're breaking into or actually stealing the Millennium. So now they got in some scuba suits, went up to the Millennium, and they broke in. Now, to me, this is another dumb part. They went in with live firearms and like pretty much told the whole crew, "Hey, stick him up." And again, this is where Shin got embarrassed again. So Shin got into another fist fight and he lost again to Lunamaria.
I forgot about that.
Nah, I didn't, man. Like I said, I was kind of hoping they redeem him, but man, they really keep messing him up.
L after L after L.
Yeah.
Over. That's why. Bruh was the first one to say that. Bruh and what's it called? Deadpool 557 were the first two people to say this in the Discord server. Shin Asuka is the Meg Griffin of this movie. Like, he gets absolutely just treated like the butt of the joke. L after L after L, over and over and over again, and only in the final battle does he get some W's, but not nearly enough to make up for the amount of L's he got beforehand. It's absolutely insane. And to think that, and which, by the way, I am now going to actually bring up something because I don't know if you noticed, but I actually sent you a little screenshot of something on Discord that was a post on what I think is Instagram, which actually translates a little snippet from from a little pamphlet or something. I forget. I think it was a pamphlet that was given out at the theatrical releases in Japan, which has a bit of an interview with Fukuda. But this one little snippet about Shin tells you everything you need to know about his character in this movie. If you want to bring that up on screen, you could feel free to do so, because this is all you need to know. And even the person who made this post was like, "Oh my god, I feel kind of bad for Shin now." You want to show it on screen?
Gosh,
yeah.
Yeah.
You read that. Okay, so yeah, you saw it. So now, if you want to put that on screen, you can go right ahead and you can read that to everybody who can't see it. I was just taking a sip of water really quick. But yeah, when you put that on screen, or if you
I got it up.
Read it, or you're gonna put it up.
I got it up right now.
So yeah, you want to read it? You want to read it, or should I?
I mean, I got it up, but I'm trying to see if it's on the
what's it called, the screen?
Yeah.
Because I have this live stream up in a tab, but I don't see it up just yet. Because I know that there's a bit of a delay. There's like, I think like a 15 or 20 second delay. But if I see it pop up, I'll let you know. But yeah, I don't see it quite yet. I will let you know if that changes, but if you want, I can read it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so while Freedom is trying to get it up on screen, I'll read what this post said, and you're gonna laugh. The post on Instagram reads as follows: I guessed correctly. Interviewer asked Fukuda, "How is Shin characterized?" You ready for his answer? Fukuda replies, and I quote, "He is Kira's loyal dog. Once he gets familiar, he will wag his tail right away. But he dislikes Athrun with his character. He will never say sorry to Athrun's face. So this is the only emotion he will openly express." That is Fukuda's answer to that question. And then the guy who made the post was like, "Oh my god, I feel kind of bad for Shin now. He got displaced as the main character in Seat Destiny, and now got regulated to being a Shiba Inu by the director himself." Does that sound like a redemption arc to you? To anyone who is still huffing copium about Shin supposedly getting redeemed, does that sound like a redemption to you? Because that is Fukuda's own freaking words. Straight from the horse's mouth. Right there.
No, it's just, let me tell you what it sounds like. It just sounds like, hey, you know what, fans? I get what you're trying to say during Seed Destiny. So whenever I made the story about Kira and not about Shin, I'm gonna go ahead and just lower the standards for Shin as we keep going along with the story. Just for you guys, by the way. You know, that way I'll make Kira look better, but Shin look worse. That's exactly that's exactly the whole point of it.
This is essentially the aftermath of Shin's derailment. After he became Durandal's ass slave at the end of Destiny, after Durandal died and he joined Kira, he became Kira's ass slave now. And this is the result of that. He is just going with the flow. He wasn't redeemed. The only difference this time around is that Shin wasn't derailed again for the second time. He wasn't derailed, thank God. That would have been even worse. But, like, now he's just Kira's ass slave. Kira's loyal lapdog, according to Fukuda himself. His own words, not mine. And like I said, to anybody who was still huffing copium, saying, "Oh, Shin got redeemed in this movie," stop. Just stop. Get off the freaking copium. Get back to reality. No, he was not redeemed. He just wasn't derailed again. That's the only thing here. Like this really makes me question, like, just what kind of standards of quality Shin bros have. Because I get it. Shin fans love their boy. They love Shin. They want to see him do good. They want to see him treated better than he was in Destiny. But, like, this ain't it. I'm sorry, bro, guys. This ain't it. I'm so sorry, Shin bros. But this ain't it. Your boy got done dirty, just not as badly as the last time. He just got regulated to being a side character. There is, like, and Star Warrior Ravi, that's not entirely true, because remember, the true Shin Asuka is Super Robot Wars Z. A crossover story did Shin's character with infinitely better writing than Gundam Seed Destiny itself, and Mitsuo Fukuda has stated that he absolutely hates Super Robot Wars Z because he thinks that it was very unfaithful and disrespectful towards him and Murasawa's work, which is freaking hilarious to me. Because the writing in Super Robot Wars Z, in relation to how it handled Gundam Seed Destiny's characters and plot elements, was leaps and bounds better than the real thing. And to me, and it seems like that struck a nerve with Fukuda at one point. And it's funny to me. It really is. So now, we get up to the part where the Millennium starts to leave Orb, or rather, after it gets quote-unquote hijacked, they, what's it called? The Foundation and the Accords, they already knew that this was a farce. Like, they knew what they were doing immediately, but they had to make, the whole plan was that they were going to make Foundation think that the Millennium was hijacked, and that they will be coming after them. And that it wasn't Orb at fault. Therefore, they won't nuke Orb with Requiem. They'll just go after what's it called? They'll just go after the Millennium or something, like, when they get up there. So they tried to basically remove the blame from Orb so that Orb doesn't get targeted, but Orphe was not stupid. He actually saw right through this plan. He's like, okay, are they freaking serious right now? So then he looks at Aura and he's like, you know what? You know what? Let's just hit him with Requiem. I mean, we were already gonna wipe him out later because we know they're not gonna agree to the Destiny plan. So let's just do it now. Might as well. So that's what they do, and they hilariously see through this plan, and that's when Orphe contacts Kigali and said, "Yeah, we see the Millennium in your frickin' dock, and it's about to launch. So we already know what's going on, and we know that this is an act of hostility. We're gonna wipe you guys off the map. Okay, thanks, bye." So
That's literally, and this is another thing that they had to keep the plot going. So they had the chance to blow Orb off the map. Literally, just blow it off the map. Movie would have been over right there. They would have saved us another 30 minutes of the movie. But
yeah,
no.
right?
Yeah. So whenever they're loading Requiem, like they're adjusting the aim, they're like, yep, let's point it right there at the capital right there.
And then all of a sudden, we see that
a phone call.
We get a we get a phone call from them, and they realize, wait a minute, Requiem is about to fire. Then they're like, wait a minute, do they know that it's? Did they see right through our plan? And I'm like, I pause immediately. I'm like, of course they did, you freaking idiot. Of course they did. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know. But yeah, to answer you, Zero Force and Elemental Cross, funny development on that, because yes, that's what Kenichi Suzumura said in the past, that he considered Super Robot Wars Z Shin to be the true Shin Asuka. However, recently, it seems like he pretended like he is now pretending like he never said that. I don't know why, but it seems like, I don't know if Fukuda paid him off to try and save face, to not make to kind of like make Shin look better in Seed Freedom or something. But now he's pretending like all of that controversy that he talked about in the past never freaking happened. He's all shoving it under the rug in recent interview. And yeah, that tells me that I think he might have gotten a fat paycheck and is now just saving face with Fukuda.
I mean, it's either that or he was threatened to be blacklisted. One of the two.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, like, if you don't, like, just one bad word from a director, dude, and with certain connections, you never get a job ever again.
Yeah, it's kind of like why Yang Ye is literally not even allowed to mention Sweet Baby Inc. even once in any of his videos, because the moment he does is the moment he loses his job as a voice actor and he gets blacklisted.
Yeah, and just like what same thing with like what Gina Carano's going through right now with the Disney case.
Yeah, how Disney got her blacklisted in many ways, and she's fighting back. God bless her.
Yeah, God bless her for sure. Yeah.
With Kenichi Suzumura, all of a sudden, she's freaking coming in. He's coming in, suddenly denying everything that he said back then that was already well documented, like it never freaking happened. And he's like, "Oh, there was no controversy. There was never any problems. I was always fine with how Shin was back then." Bull crap, bro. Bull freaking crap. It was well documented. Don't lie to our face. So something evidently happened. Something happened behind the scenes. I don't know what it was, but something freaking happened. And I kind of want to know what it is, because remember, this isn't the first time there was behind the scenes politics, because keep in mind, Kigali's original voice, Naomi Shido, she refused to voice Kigali again in Seed Freedom. Yet, when it comes to the games of Gundam Seed, where Kigali is there, she'll voice Kigali just fine there when Fukuda's not involved. But when she was called on to voice Kigali in Seed Freedom, she bailed. So that essentially confirms that Naomi Shido is still pissed off at Fukuda for what happened to her back in the day. That essentially confirms all and removes all doubt. If you're out of the loop, then yeah, that's 100% freaking something happened. If you don't know all the details about how she was chewed out by Murasawa and Fukuda back in the day for questioning Murasawa's writing with Destiny, then yeah, she was chewed out for it. and and after Destiny ended, she vowed to never voice Kigali ever again, and she didn't for 8 whole years. Only after that did she start voicing Kigali again in the games, where Fukuda has nothing to do with them. Only then did she finally get over it a little bit. But now when she was called to voice Kigali again in Seed Freedom, she's like, nope, I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole, bye. And they had to recast her. So yeah, that's like, it's not the first time, but the fact that Kenichi Suzumura is pulling a 180 is really, really weird. And honestly makes me wonder what happened there. But anyway, you wanna keep going with what happens?
Yeah, so basically now, hey, how do I sound right now?
No, you sound fine. Why?
Oh, okay, no, I accidentally hit like my knob on my mic. Anyways, so now we move on to the next scene where the Foundation is getting a phone call from the Millennium. Kira picks up. They're like, hey, I'm alive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you guys suck.
Guys, like, yeah, listen, like, hey, so you tried to kill me, and I'm still here. Nice try, but we know you guys have malicious intent, obviously now, because you frickin' nuked Moscow with Requiem, and we're coming to stop you. All of us are. So, the logical thing is that Queen Ara should have frickin' said, you can come on and try, but not before Orb dies first. And then that's when she should have ordered Requiem to shoot Orb. And that way, once Orb dies, the Millennium will come next. The Millennium will be the next target, like, along with any other ships that tried to back them up. But that doesn't happen. Instead, Queen Aura, like the dumb bitch she is, for lack of better words, Lord forgive me, she freaking comes out and takes personal offense to this little outburst, and she goes, Requiem, target the Millennium, specifically the Millennium itself, not Orb. Target that one ship with our freaking colony laser ass super weapon. Wipe it off the face of the map. Immediately when I saw that, I paused the movie and I shouted, why? Why would this make any sense to do? You have Orb right where you want them. There's nothing they can do to stop Requiem. Well, or at least not at the moment. For lack of better words, which we will find out later.
Yeah.
But yeah, at that moment, there's nothing they can do to stop Requiem. Like, there is no stopping the inevitable.
Yeah, and so during the phone call, so Kira pretty much says, hey, if you shoot at me, we could keep the movie going on for another 30 minutes. So you have to shoot at me, so that way we could keep going. Oh yeah,
that's like the
you're
abridged
right.
Version.
Yeah, that'd be the abridged version. Yeah, so she's like, yeah, you're right. So I won't commence the Destiny plan, and I won't take out the biggest supporter for you guys. I'll just go ahead and just aim for you guys. You guys do some type of Top Gun maneuver.
Yeah, that is another problem I have with Millennium. This ship can maneuver so damn fast for seemingly no reason, like it's a frickin' fighter jet. Like, it is insane what this thing can do.
And why even shoot Moscow? Moscow was the capital for the Eurasia, right?
Yeah, that was the Eurasian Federation, which they seceded from to begin with. That target kind of makes sense. But yeah, considering that the nukes are already on the Eurasian border, even despite the fact that Foundation used them to nuke themselves to make them look bad, it gave them a reason to shoot Moscow with Requiem.
Hey, I'd be down for that. A Gundam Seed Freedom Abridged, written by Wacky.
No. I'm not the best writer, unfortunately. Yeah. I can give ideas, but I still need someone else to put them all together.
I got you, Wacky. I got the training.
But yeah, like, this chick had no freaking reason to target the Millennium, and the Millennium, amazingly enough, manages to dodge Requiem. Like, it pulls off a freaking Top Gun F-14 Tomcat maneuver and goes straight vertical and in the air, flying at max speed, and just freaking dodges it.
Yeah, there was a
And
scene where
it just-
Kira talks to Toll. He's like, "Talk to me, Goose."
Yeah, right. But
I'm sorry,
for
go
real,
ahead.
like it's what's it called? KDA. There is actually a video on YouTube which explains all about the Strike Freedom incident, and I can actually bring it up really quick, or at least I can tell you what the name of it is. It is by Gundam HQ, and it is called "What Happened Before Gundam Seed Freedom: The Prequel Explained," and it's got 118,000 views. And that is the video you're looking for if you want to know exactly what happened in that pre-sequel, that novel that I was talking about earlier. And the thumbnail is literally just Agnes with a smug grin with the arrow pointing to her saying "Don't trust her." And you'd think that's a clickbait title, but no, it's actually true. Don't frickin' trust Agnes. She's a dumb whore that's way too thirsty.
I mean, she betrayed her own commander. Actually, really, all of Zaft and Compass, all because
Exactly.
like somebody wanted to say, love you or whatever. But I mean, wait, I was getting at something with this. Oh, so whoever's watching, you guys are not in the Discord. That's probably be the best way to watch it, because Wacky's gonna probably post the video there, right? Is that where you posted it?
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, I
Which
thought.
video?
Talk about the video about the Agnes.
Oh well, yeah, I can do that if you want.
Yeah, it'd probably be easier. So guys, if you're not in the Discord, check it out. You know, it's a nice band of people in there.
Should I post it in like anonymous in the announcements chat, or should I post it in videos chat, or?
Let's
What
post
do
it.
you think?
Let's post some videos. It'd probably be easier to find. Yeah.
All right, and
Yeah.
and I guess I can just like pin it or something.
Yeah. Do you have the ability to pin it?
Amazingly enough, yeah, I'm surprised I do.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll leave that in video chat right there. Yeah, what happened before Gundam Seed Freedom, the prequel explained, and it's a 13.5 minute long video, but it's a summary of that pre-sequel novel for anybody who's curious.
I actually just watched a little bit of it earlier today. So Requiem fires. They miss a shot. That gives Kira and the crew enough time, because now Requiem needs to be recharged. Yep.
Right.
So now the Millennium makes it up into space, and now he commences the operation to attack Requiem. But there's something else going on in the other scene.
Which other one?
The Zaf coup d'etat.
Oh yes, the Zaf coup d'etat, which
Another subplot.
This is actually particularly curious, because remember when I said that we had no idea how the hell Requiem was back again? Well, this is actually in relation to the Zaf coup d'etat, because that one commander, the guy with the orangish hair with the big nose, that was supposedly leading the coup d'etat, that guy is allegedly in cahoots with the Accords at the time, at the end of Destiny, and he was the one allegedly in charge of dismantling Requiem, and he deliberately chose not to and just made it look like it was dismantled under the radar. That is currently the only possible theory of how the hell this is possible at this time, which if it is, that I can actually kind of see being plausible, but I wish we were at least hinted at this being the case, instead of it actually frickin' just being thrown in our frickin' faces out of nowhere, like a curveball.
Yeah, so now when the coup d'etat happens, the coup d'etat teamed up with the Foundation to continue on with the Destiny plan. So now it's not really just a Foundation that Millennium has to worry about, but they also got to worry about the coup d'etat Zaf unit. But now there's something else going on in the background. We have Izak and Diarca in the background as well.
The boys are back in town.
That's right, the dynamic duo, man. So,
yes. And like this right here is frickin' fan service done right. Because this right here, because Diarca and Izak are without question two of the most shafted characters in all of Gundam Seed. Like their moments in the original Gundam Seed were actually pretty chill.
Yeah.
And that's why to see them back in action again, like teaming up, and the fact that they have upgraded Dual Gundam, upgraded Buster Gundam, both of which now have nuclear reactors, and the fact that they now can use the meteors.
Oh,
Like that, when I first saw that, I was like, I jumped out of my freaking chair and
I
just
did
said,
too.
let's freaking go.
I did too until this one scene happened, and you probably didn't notice it, Wacky, but I'm gonna keep it hidden until later.
Oh no, are you talking about freaking Requiem's next shot?
Nope.
Because I'm about to say,
Nope.
we will
No.
get to that
No.
bullcrap in a
No,
minute.
there's another one. It's gonna come up before then. Trust me.
Which one? Go on.
All right. Well, I guess we could jump a little bit. So there is a scene where the Impulse uses the meteor, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is the Impulse powering the meteor? I understand the meteor uses it has its own battery, but it usually relies on the power of the freedom and justice to keep the meteors running.
Well, to be fair, like the meteors are, when they're attached to the Eternal, they're essentially like turrets. So when you detach them, I mean, technically speaking, the Impulse can use the meteor, technically speaking, but it's gonna be a huge power hog. Though, to be fair, when Luna uses it, she doesn't use it for long. Like, she mainly just uses it to break through a couple of battle lines and to clear a path for Shin with the
Yeah.
Zeus silhouette at the end. So I could kind of see it going with that, but yeah, like for elongated use, you need a nuclear reactor. But then again, right before that happened, Shin kind of gave Luna a recharge not too long before that with the Hyper Deuterion beam that the Destiny Spec 2 is now equipped, which is actually a good addition to it, by the way. That's a very nice little quality of life.
Yeah, I knew that in Astray there was a version of the meteors that was given in jammer cancelers, but there's a question right here that I actually do want to answer. It's from Alexander. I could have sworn that the Duel and Buster were returned to the Alliance. How did Izak and Diarca got new ones? So what happened was that they were supposed to scrap the Duel and the Buster, right? But that didn't happen. I guess they falsified paperwork, where they actually brought the Duel and the Buster to Boaz, where
Actually, yeah, because
yeah.
what actually happened, from what I understand, is that after the first first Bloody Valentine War, when the Duel got damaged, it was recovered by Zaft, not the Earth Alliance, and was subsequently upgraded in secret under orders of the Plant Supreme Council members. I think it was
One of them was Izak's mom, and
yeah,
the other
one of them was
one
Izak's mom, and the other one I think was Eileen Canaver.
Yeah, but she was like a big Patrick person, so I'm surprised about that one.
Because I mean, I guess because it was her son's mobile suit that he used at the time. But yeah, like that's I think what really happened. Like they ordered it to be upgraded in secret along with the Buster when the two of them got recovered. And I guess this is the fruits of that. But yeah, like that's essentially what happened with that. But like seeing the Duel and the Buster, Izak and Diarca use the meteor, like that is absolutely godlike. When I saw people freaking originally reacting to Seed Freedom, they were posting Kino, Kino, Kino all over the place on freaking like /M and r/Gundam. All I saw was Kino repeated over and over, like this movie is freaking Kino. I'm like, where is the freaking Kino? And then when I got to that part, I'm like, oh, there's the freaking Kino right there. That's Izak and Diarca using the meteors. That is Kino as hell. I'm like, yeah, that right there is one of the best parts of the movie for me, is when we see the boys kicking ass with the meteors, but like, just like the good old times, and actually putting up a damn good fight. Like, even the fact that they used some recycled animation with the Duel and with the meteors, probably in homage to the Freedom and Justice, if I had to guess, but it was only 1 or 2 times. It wasn't spammed like crazy in frickin' Seed in OG Gundam Seed and Destiny when the meteors came out again.
Now here comes the
the
best scene of all of the movie.
Oh no,
The
we're
best,
not talking about the next Requiem shot, are we?
Yep.
Oh wait, no, we're not quite there
No,
yet.
not
We gotta
yet. No,
get
no, no,
through.
no. It's
Hold on a minute. There's there's more bullcrap that happened before that. Because you forget the Requiem battleship that has literally 12 positron cannons on
That's
it.
the one I'm about to bring up.
Okay, you are not. I thought you were gonna bring up what happens after that, but yeah, the Requiem battleship, this one that I keep forgetting the name out of, that we see, has a row of 12 freaking positron cannons on it, all pointed forward in one direction. It's just a row of antimatter instant death. If you are, you better not be in the direction of that freaking gun when it fires. It's just a row of antimatter positron beams. And as such, what happens now is that it takes aim at the Archangel. And what, no, not the Archangel, the Millennium, excuse me. And what happens that? The Millennium deploys its quote-unquote crystalline armor coating.
AKA plot armor. It's literally liquid plot armor.
Liquid plot armor. That is the actual freaking accurate name for it, because that's what it is. It was never explained at all, and it completely contradicts Gundam Seed's already established tech lore. And this thing manages to tank through 12 positron cannons, all aimed at the Millennium. It goes through all 12 of them without a scratch, and it just zooms by the freaking battleship like it's a damn fighter jet. Like, almost, it blows the scene where the Ptolemaios 2, with Trans Am activated on the entire ship, zooms by that freaking Memento Mori station after Cheridam takes the shot and hits the core. It blows that scene out of the freaking water in terms of how fast this ship is going. It's literally acting like a fighter jet, and it makes no damn sense. That's one thing I absolutely hate about Millennium. Millennium
it literally
should not be that fast at all.
Yeah, it literally tanked the whole fleet, and then like as it was going by the enemy fleet, it literally took like 2 ships out with it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it countered. And keep in mind, the Millennium has a quad-barreled Tannhäuser positron cannon. And that's what it used to frickin' take out those ships as it flew past them like a frickin' fighter. It doesn't make any frickin' sense at all. Like, the Millennium, I like the design of it. I like what it can do, but that crystalline armor garbage is an ass pull. And the fact that it was only used once doesn't help its case as well. It was just rule of cool, because keep in mind, it is already established that in order to block a positron beam cannon, or at least it was established, that you need positron reflectors in order to do it. It's a specialized piece of technology designed specifically to counter a positron cannon. And the problem with these things is that they're usually really freaking big. And that's why they're usually put on warships and mobile armors. This makes sense. And as such, I had no problems with this. It's a specific piece of tech to counter another specific piece of tech that's hella frickin' OD. But now, everyone and their mother is blocking frickin' positron cannons in Gundam Seed Freedom with some of the most dumbest crap ever that should not be able to do it. Like their freaking hyper impulse cannons. This is why I jokingly refer to positron like the two-toned beams where they have the blue and red. My friends IRL jokingly refer to those types of beams as Colgate cannons, because they're freaking all the same. Hyper impulse cannons and plasma cannons and positron cannons, they all use the same type of beam effect on them. And it causes so much confusion about which is which, to where I guarantee Fukuda stopped caring with this movie. And that's why it's so freaking stupid. Like, just give positron cannons their own effect. Give all of these weapons their own effect.
I was telling you what
so
I was telling you what this gel was made of, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they cloned Kira and they got like a bunch of his skin and laid him across the armor. Because if Kira could survive the nuke, then this ship could survive a positron cannon.
Yeah, they dispersed Old Spice explosion blocker body wash all over the hull of the
Spice.
ship.
Yeah,
that's essentially what happened.
Well, now we commenced an operation. So the next step of the operation is now, what was it? Mula Flaga showed up with what? Mirage Colloid.
Oh no! Oh
yeah.
no! Oh Lord of mercy!
Yep.
Not
this is this part. Yep, this part. It's Wacky's favorite part, guys.
At this point, yeah, my freaking brain cells, bro. Because now at this point, if you thought that wasn't bad enough, not long after that is where we get hit with a double whammy, and this might very well be the most bullcrap thing that ever, like one of the two most bullcrap things of all time in this movie, where they go to fire Requiem at Orb again because, oh, we can do it now. We missed the shot with Millennium. We screwed that up. So now let's start freaking targeting Orb again. And what happens? Mula Flaga, piloting the Akatsuki, in a little transport, opens up right above Requiem. And he had the Zeus silhouette equipped, which was normally the Destiny's, but he's borrowing it for the time being. So he takes a shot at a large chunk of ships that are like in front of Requiem, and blows. And not gonna lie, the Zeus silhouette was freaking boss to see in action. That cannon is absolutely beast of a freaking gun. But then this happens, because then Mu jettisons the jettisons the Zeus silhouette, turns around, Requiem fires its beam, and the Akatsuki puts its arm shield up and tanks Requiem. Literally freaking tanking through a colony laser type weapon, and with the Yata no Kagami system, it uses it to reflect Requiem back at itself. I wish I was freaking kidding. This happens. And of course, Requiem still puts its shield back up in time, so it doesn't take any damage from its own freaking shot that it fired. And then after that, it cuts to Mu in the cockpit, and he goes, "Wow, way to make the impossible possible." At that point, I just screamed, "Shut the hell up, Mu. Shut the absolute hell up. That was not funny. That was ridiculously bullcrap."
No, Mu was even like, "Oh my gosh, how the heck does this writing make sense? I'm not supposed to survive that." Even Mu was like, "I don't know how I did that."
Oh my god!
I don't know how I did that.
Fuming at that part. I was like, when I first was seeing the leaks come out for Gundam Seed Freedom in Mask, I was gobbling them all up. When I was told that Akatsuki reflected Requiem, I'm like, you're trolling me. You have to be trolling me. There's no frickin' way. And then I saw the leaked clip of it, the cam rip clip of it, and I was speechless. I was absolutely freaking speechless for like a couple of minutes, just staring at my screen, jaw open. I was like, you have got to be freaking kidding me.
Hey,
There's
man,
no way.
They had to repeat it, dude, because Mu was able to block a lower grin and Seed. He was able to block.
He freaking in Seed. We saw him tank a Lohengrin. The strike didn't survive, and neither did he. He came back through bullcrap.
Bro, he survived the vacuums of space.
Somehow. And yeah, like even in the original Gundam Seed, we saw his freaking helmet there. In the interview we covered with Fukuda, he just thought removing his helmet would freaking help make it more believable. And then if not, he goes, and besides, people come back from the dead in anime all the time, so it's fine. That's literally his freaking words in an interview we covered with him, the infamous one. Like, oh my god. Like, and now, if that's not bad enough, the Akatsuki tanked through the Minerva's Tannhäuser in Destiny, which he should not have been able to do at all. That doesn't make any sense because, again, that goes against Seed's own tech lore. And now, the mother of all ass pulls with him. Now he's in line with frickin' Kira with 3 for 3. Cheating deaths. Because now he tanks through Requiem of all frickin' things without a scratch. Which also raises the question, if you could do that, why didn't you just protect Orb with that? If they fired Requiem at Orb, why didn't you just protect Orb with that? You freaking idiots.
They want to have a movie.
God. There is so many things wrong with this. It's so painful. You have no freaking idea how much that hurts. Seeing that for the first time. It's so retarded. I cannot believe they actually did that with a straight face. Like, that at that point showed that Mitsuo Fukuda completely and utterly stopped caring about his own tech lore. He is now just essentially just going full on rule of cool without giving a single damn whatsoever.
Well, now, because since Mu did that, it let a opening for the strike team to enter in Requiem now.
Yeah, because now, well, not entirely, because now it provided a distraction for them.
Right.
And now, as such, they were able to get in closer, but they also had a second distraction, the Strike Freedom Type 2, to which they were wondering how they were essentially sending Shura out to fight him again, because Shura beat Kira's ass the first time, but now he's in the Strike Freedom Type 2, and it didn't seem like he had any new weapons on the Strike Freedom at the time, other than so his railguns on his hips were the only thing he had to counter against Femtotech armor. So he's like, okay, I'll take care of him. But as it turns out, when Shura launches, they have to turn off the barrier for they have to turn off like the light wave barrier around the base in order for them to sneak in with the quote unquote amazing Zigak. Which, by the way, anybody who doesn't know that, yeah, whenever the quote-unquote Zigak combines with the frickin' Metal Armor Dragonar ripoff Cavalier alternate equipment, the official name of that becomes the Amazing Zigak. Fukuda literally ripped it right from frickin' Gundam Build Fighters. I wish I was frickin' kidding. This is actually a thing. And I cringed. I literally freaking cringed when I saw this. And so now we get to the point where now the Amazing Zigak, which by the way, the Cavalier can use Mirage Colloid. So he sneaks in under the cover of dark with Mirage Colloid on. And that's when everyone was able to board properly as the Amazing Zigak is shooting up the place. And yet, no, Gojira, I wish I was trolling. I wish I was frickin' trolling, honestly, but no, it's true. That's what it is. I cried a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like, the Amazing Zigak, quote-unquote Amazing Zigak, is wreaking havoc. The boarding party starts making their way in, and then what happens? Then
well, the station had the same amount of security as those nuke trucks did during the border.
Amazingly enough, yeah.
Yeah, amazingly enough.
But then we cut back to Shura again, fighting the Strike Freedom. But we also noticed that something is a little bit weird with the boarding party, because we saw Kira in that boarding party. So who's in the Strike Freedom? So, and turns out Atherin is in the Strike Freedom. this time around. Now you might be wondering, wait a minute, how is this possible? Because and I have no choice but to spoil a little bit of my Strike Freedom rant here, but they went out of their freaking way to make the Strike Freedom as difficult to operate as they possibly could to justify the fact that only Kira Yamato can pilot the Strike Freedom and nobody else can even remotely pilot it like he can. And the Strike Freedom Type 2 kind of eased up on that a little bit. And the reason why I say that is because the Strike Freedom Type 2's Dragoon system is actually computer assisted this time around, which is basically just like the Legend Gundam's Dragoons, to where anyone can now use the Dragoons of the Strike Freedom relatively fine. Granted, not as good as Kira, but good enough. That's the thing. So that's how Athram was able to use the Dragoons of the Strike Freedom effectively enough with this Gundam. And that's also why Athram was primarily trying to melee with it, and that the Dragoons were kind of just a farce to make it look like he was Kira, but unfortunately, Shura saw right through this when he got close enough to tune into Athran's mind. And they're like, oh, I had a feeling it was you, Athran Zala. And then you cut to Athran in the cockpit. I'm like, well, that's something you don't see every day. Athran piloting the Strike Freedom. Now, that's something I thought I'd never see.
Yeah, which kind of like changes like Kira's like development now. He's sort of trusting his friends now, because usually Kira probably would have done that himself.
Well, I mean, the thing about that is that it was for a good reason, because after all, like Shura was, after the base started getting boarded, they called him back. Like Shura, we need backup over here fast. But by the time he got back, it was already too late, and they got what they came for, which was Lacus. Which once they got Lacus out of there, which by the way, let's talk about that, because right as they were getting boarded, it was Ingrid's job to kill Lacus so that she can't be retrieved. Like it was essentially, if I can't have Lacus, nobody can. That's what Orphe's logic was. And it was Ingrid's job to shoot her, and she failed to do that. She got overcome with emotions, and she essentially had the "you had one frickin' job" card pulled on her. And as such, Orphe was not happy with her over this later.
Oh yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks at being the only security personnel in the whole entire fort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where the hell were the rest of the damn guards?
I don't know, but I think the Death Star had more security than that. Remember how that went?
The Death Star did have more security than that somehow. I'm not even gonna lie, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But for real, like after they get Lacus back, they get her out of there and blow up a chunk of the freaking lightweight barrier so they can get out. And by the time Shura gets back, they're already gone. And essentially, from there, they meet back up with the support ship for the Cavalier, which Athran and Kira swap mobile suits again. And they essentially, Kira gets the Strike Freedom, which is now equipped with 2 handheld railguns instead of beam rifles. Well, he still has the beam rifles, but it has 2 handheld railguns as well to combat femtotech armor with.
Yeah, because there was a scene earlier. Yeah, there was a scene earlier. Oh no, I was saying there was a scene earlier before the Millennium took off. They were loading a bunch of railguns onto the ship, but it's a small detail.
And the reason for this, for anybody who doesn't know, or what femtotech armor is in Gundam Seed Freedom, is that femtotech armor is a new piece of technology that is honestly kind of freaking awesome. Because the way it works is that it essentially makes you immune to almost all types of beams. Because when you get hit with a beam weapon, it will absorb the beam energy. It won't reflect it or deflect it like the Akatsuki. It will absorb the beam energy and will use that energy to charge the mobile suit's own power source back up again. And that is an ingenious and terrifying concept that I actually completely approve of. The problem is that any and all consistency with femtotech armor gets thrown out the window at the end of the movie. And believe me, we will get to that. We will absolutely get to that because you saw my reaction in the frickin' watch party on the Discord to that scene. And I know you did because I was so tempted to scream pause multiple times. But I didn't want to like constantly pause every single time there was an inconsistency with it. So I just kind of just went with the flow and was just getting mad at them as they came on.
For those who wasn't in the watch party, we made sure to keep the red button away from Wacky. we made sure that was away from
Freedom was the one pausing because if I had control of the button, we would have had quite a few more pauses.
Yeah, I told him, hey man, this doesn't need to be a 5-hour movie.
Yeah, it do be kind of like that.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, that's when after they realized that what's it called? After Lacus returns to the Millennium, as all the fighting goes on, like after the Destiny and the Impulse Spec 2 launch, and they start going out into battle to protect the Millennium and to destroy the Foundation warships and all that. And KDA, the difference between the Dragoon system with the Providence and the Legend is that the Providence requires the use of enhanced spatial awareness to operate the Dragoons effectively. The Legends Dragoon system is like in the Universal Century, what would be known as a quasi-Psychomu system, where it's computer-assisted Psychomu. In this, the Legends Dragoons are computer-assisted, meaning that even a newbie can operate them very effectively without the need for enhanced spatial awareness.
Yeah, same thing with the Millennium.
If only. Oh, well,
now you know what I'm talking about.
That's another thing about the Millennium. Apparently, the Millennium has freaking remote weapons. A warship has remote freaking weapons, funnel-type weapons. Or in this case, I would say they're more like incoms.
Yeah.
They're like cable-guided like machine gun turrets, like autocannon turrets that act almost like incoms or remote turrets.
Yeah, which they're armed with 4 of them.
I can't even freaking lie. That's actually really freaking cool. But again, there's plenty of other things to talk about with there's another thing with the Millennium that we'll talk about.
You gotta save the best for last, man. Like let it cook, man. We gotta stir it.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. So the next scene.
We'll get to that.
So they save Lacus. Now they're still commencing the operation. Kira. No, wait. So the Millennium is about to be attacked by the head of the coup d'etat, the commander.
Oh yeah, and that's when Izak and Diarca show up in the meteors.
Yeah.
And try negotiating with them, and he goes on this like this huge freaking rant about how the Accords have the right idea. The Destiny plan was what we should have gone with all along. They were confirming that he was in cahoots with them, and that it honestly adds to the theory that he was the one that ordered Requiem not to get dismantled behind the scenes. Which, if that is true, if it turns out to be the case, more power to you. I'll roll with that. I'm okay with that. But like, and yeah, that's actually a good point. Phantom just said it's like the Mobius Zero, but warship style. And yeah, that is kind of accurate, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's best. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it.
So now we get to the point where Lacus gets on the mic and broadcasts to the whole world saying, yo, I ain't with these guys. They kidnapped me. these guys are a-holes. I disavow them completely. Do not mistake my ideals for theirs. And yeah, screw these guys. We're taking them out. And that's when Orphe literally sees this, that Lacus escaped, and he frickin' backhands Ingrid, basically saying you had one frickin' job, essentially. And now he and Ingrid launch in the Calrea, or at least that's how I think that's pronounced. But yeah, the Calrea is is more or less the anti-strike freedom. It's essentially the Vigna Rona mixed with the strike freedom. That's the best way I can describe it. And what I don't understand is that why does the Calrea need two people to operate it? Because the whole time when Ingrid is sitting behind Orphe, it doesn't really seem like she's doing anything. Like, we don't see her actually, like, assisting Orphe in any way. All we see is just her kind of sitting there looking concerned. That really makes me confused as to why it's even a two-seater. And I don't know if I'm just missing something here, but I would love to know more about that.
Honestly, I was thinking the same thing too. Maybe she controls most of the weapon system, so he could.
That's what like sources like freaking what's it called? That's what the profile in the Calrea says on Seed Freedom's official website. But the problem with this that I have with this is that it doesn't really back it up in the movie itself. All we see from this is just Ingrid kind of just sitting there, not doing anything.
Well,
like,
maybe
if we saw her like with control panels, like pressing buttons and all that, that would have been more believable. But she just kind of sits there, and I'm like, huh, why is this a two-seater again? Like, I had to be told that it's not. It's for a reason. That's why I'm saying.
No, let me tell you what I think. I think whenever they were writing her into the story, they're like, "Oh man, we forgot to actually give her something to do. Let's just have her do this thing." Well, what is she doing though in there? I don't know. We just think of something. But before then, this is the part where where people thought that, or at least Fukuda thought, Shin was going to be redeemed.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, that's when Shin takes on the Black Knights all by himself, and this is what I wanted to see him be his ultimate W. After all the L's that he took earlier in the movie, I wanted to see this one be his W, which he already was taking W's in this fight. He was going ham on the frickin' on the warships, blowing them up one by one. Like, that's the Shin that I saw at the Battle of Heaven's Base back in action. That battle was the best battle that the Destiny Gundam was ever in Seed Destiny, was the Battle of Heaven's Base. Despite the multiple problems that battle had, that was still Shin's moment of glory in the Destiny Gundam. Hey, we're not there yet, brah. He doesn't kill Griffin yet. Well, we'll get to that. But yeah, when they're in combat with the Destiny Spec 2, then all of a sudden we get an adorable comment from, I think it was Griffin and I think it was Griffin and Dan ? It was two of the male Black Knights. I think one of them was Griffin, and where he says, like, I can't read his thoughts. And then the other one goes,
"Oh yeah.
Is he not thinking at all?"
Oh, I know. We were like doing a little inside joke about that one.
Yeah. Translation. Translation. Her. Head empty. No think. Shin smash.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But
Shin kill.
Literally reducing Shin to frickin' caveman mentality. No think. Must smash.
Yeah. He pretty much became that guy like back in Seed Destiny. Whenever he was like blowing up all those ore ships, all he was doing was just screaming on top of his lungs. Dude was just straight up just mindlessly just destroying things. That's exactly what he was doing in this scene.
Like, I just started busting out laughing when I saw that the first time. I'm like, Like, your redeemed hero, ladies and gentlemen. This is the redemption of Shin. Even now, they're freaking reducing him to a joke. Like, come on now. This is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, pretty much saying like, hey, Shin, the only way for you to redeem yourself here is to literally dumb yourself down. Just be a savage.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
And
now.
it's so dumb.
Yeah. So now we come to the scene where he takes on the Black Knights. Hilda takes out one of the knights. She hides.
No, not quite. We're not quite there yet.
No?
We're not quite there. That's towards the end after the Mighty Strike Freedom appears.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, first we got to get through arguably the cringiest line in the entire movie. This was where the Strike Freedom Type 2 was in battle with the Shiva A and the Calrei. And a fine hello to you too, Radek. I see you in the chat. But yeah, we see the Strike Freedom Type 2 in battle with the Shiva A and the Calrei, as in Shura and Orphe. And Orphe is absolutely raging out of his mind with jealousy over Lacus. And he's like, why did he pick? This doesn't make sense. Why did she pick you? And you, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But then Kira whipped out what is easily, in my eyes, arguably the cringiest freaking line in Gundam history. Where Kira says, I kid you not, and hello, Ace Card, but yeah, he says, and I kid you not, this is a thing, except I have another weapon. Then Orphe's like, oh really? What's that weapon? Kira then shouts, Lacus's love. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I died inside a little bit when I first heard that the very first time. Like when I was told about this line in advance, like during the time where all the leaks were still coming out for Seed Freedom. I was told about this leak and I didn't believe anyone. I was like, you guys are trolling me. You guys are freaking trolling me. There's no way he actually said that. And then I got showed a leaked cam rip clip of it. And he really freaking said that. He really did. And I was like, oh my lord. Fukuda, we're going freaking cross Angie levels of cringe right now. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. This scene made me die a little bit inside.
Yeah,
I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, man, it's the power of love, dude.
No, like the power of love cliche comes out in full force towards the second half of the movie, which I'd like to point something out that we probably should have said earlier. The first half of the movie was written by Murasawa. The second half of the movie was primarily written by Fukuda.
Oh, you could tell.
And you can tell the difference between the two halves wildly. The first half of the movie was considerably better than the second half, despite the fact that it still had problems. The difference in quality is night and day compared to the second half of the movie. Like, I can't believe Murasawa did a better job writing than Fukuda in this one, considering the ball she dropped on Destiny. But yeah, like, oh my god, like that freaking seed, that freaking line killed me inside. But now after that adorable freaking cringe line, then we see Agnes reappear out of nowhere to fight Luna and give her something to fight, just to get her away from Shin, I guess. And then they start fighting over freaking Kira and Shin as they're fighting. To which, I actually have Seed Freedom up in a tab right now, muted. Now, there's some adorable freaking lines that she calls Shin, which are yet another freaking L for Shin, by the way. It is yet another freaking L. And let me just name a few. Hold on. He's like Agnes fighting Luna over Shin. And she says, I quote, "You're dating that pug nose you don't even love?" I'm like, I was like, Pug-nosed dog. Shin cannot get... Oh my god. Shin cannot catch a break. Even when he's not even on screen, he's getting roasted. But then, he goes frickin'... Then Luna says, yeah, I do love him. You got a problem with that? And then all of a sudden, Agnes comes by. It's like, no way. You love that little mountain monkey? And I'm like... I frickin' fall out of my chair. Just laughing at how much Shin is getting roasted off screen. I'm like... And then when I stop laughing for a moment, I just scream, some redemption arc. Even when he's not on screen, he's catching L's.
I mean, it is a pretty good redemption arc. Just think about it. Agnes was willing to help commit genocide for him.
Oh no, I'm talking about Shin's redemption arc here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying Agnes was going to do that for him by committing genocide.
Yeah, like, oh my god, the mountain monkey just freaking killed me. But then we have, but as this was going on, now we got, what's it called? The moment where the Strike Freedom Type 2 was backed into a corner, but once again, by the Cavalry A and the Shiva A. Because unfortunately, even despite the extra railguns, there was only so much the Type 2 can do, which, by the way, we then get to see that the Type 2's Dragoon system was also upgraded in a way that it can make beam shields just like the Akatsuki can with its Dragoons, which, at that point, I mean, the Strike Freedom's already blatantly ripping off High New Gundam, so you might as well go the full mile, I guess. Doesn't really change anything, it just kind of makes it go the full mile, I suppose. But we see that the Strike Freedom was primarily using the Dragoons defensively because the Dragoons shoot beams and they can't get through femtotech armor. So eventually the Dragoons all get shot down. The Strike Freedom's backpack gets freaking pretty banged up, but most especially the Strike Freedom takes its first ever battle scar on its body right on the frickin' chest cannon. And that is the first time that the Strike Freedom ever took a direct hit to its body. That is the first time it ever frickin' happened. Not including the backpack, because the backpack can be jettisoned with the Type 2. That is a little bit of a spoiler with my Strike Freedom rant, because the Strike Freedom, for those not in the know, in Destiny, throughout the entirety of its active service in Destiny, the Strike Freedom never took a single direct hit in battle. It took no frickin' damage at all throughout its entire active service. Every single thing that was thrown at it was either blocked, dodged, or it took no damage from it. It took no frickin' damage whatsoever. So basically, now we got the very first battle scar on which, by the way, everything I just said about it taking no damage, if that doesn't scream Gary Stu bullcrap, I don't know what does. I'm just saying that right now. But yeah, like the battle scars on its body, the chest cannon was just sliced clean in half, like a hole right in it, rendering it inoperative. So then the Strike Freedom gets backed into a corner, and the Shiva A goes for the needle attack again, the one that overwhelms phase shift armor. To which that would have finished him off, and he would just get the final say in it. But then Athrun comes in the quote-unquote Zigak, and stands in front of the needles and takes the brunt of them. To which, in Gundam Build Fighters Tri fashion, the Zigak armor breaks off, and the real thing inside finally shows itself. The Infinite Justice Type 2. And this thing has a total of 10 beam sabers on it. 2 on the shield, 2 on the shins, 2 on the Darth Maul style beam saber, another 4 on the damn X-wing backpack it has, So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And another one on the beam shield. 9. But then there's another one that we'll get to later. That we'll get to in a little bit.
Right. So now, since he's fighting Shira, right?
Shura. Yeah, now Atherin's the one that's taking the battle against Shura.
Right.
While Kira, but the thing about that is that right as this is going on, Lacus had already launched in the Proud Defender from the Millennium and was now moving to dock with the Strike Freedom Type 2. And now that Shira was out of the way, now Lacus had an opening to get in, which I'd like to point out, Lacus's cockpit pilot suit looks freaking atrociously bad. Like, it's something straight out of Darling in the Franxx, and it had multiple zoom-in ass shots on her, with jiggle physics, by the way, on her tits, multiple times.
There's only one thing I got to say about this. Angles.
What? Yes.
That's all I got to say. Angles.
Exactly. Fukuda just couldn't keep it in his pants.
Hey, man, sex sells.
And not to mention, this frickin' pilot suit has literal wings on it for no reason. Other than because screw you, that's why. Like, I don't know why. These wings didn't do anything of, like... They're not, like, thrusters or anything like that for moving around in space. They don't appear to be. She has a backpack on it, but, like... They appear to be just for show. Because screw you. That's why. And frickin'... So now, the Proud Defender docks with the Strike Freedom Type 2. And because it jettisoned the damaged backpack. And now, everyone and their mother, open fires at the Strike Freedom Type 2. Like, not just the Calrié, but also the warships, too. And the Strike Freedom gets engulfed in explosions. And then, as in true Mitsuo Fukuda fashion, the Strike Freedom gets out completely unscathed. And it has what appears to be a barrier around it. A spherical barrier. Kind of like, almost looking something like the Gundam Legilis's, energy bit barrier that it can have around itself. But way more like... I would argue like half of the movie's budget went into this freaking image because it's a very, very colorful and striking image, but for some reason Lacus decided it was a good idea to get out of the freaking Proud Defender's cockpit and do a little freaking angelic pose right next to the Strike Freedom Type 2's head.
Yeah, I mean, she had confidence that fool would protect her, man.
Oh my god. So yeah, because that's totally not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Exposing yourself to a multitude of like warship barrages that just came at you.
Hey, Mula Flaga could do it, she could too.
Don't encourage bad writing. For God's sake, Fukuda might be listening. But yeah. Yeah, like I could see like if Fukuda one day eventually found my channel, he'd be like, "Look at this frickin' gaijin baka."
Hey,
as he frickin' smokes a 100 like a 1,000 yen bill in his hand.
Hey, you ever seen like that meme of Elon Musk, like whenever he did the Joe Rogan podcast, he has that big old cigar in his hand. He's like, "Hey, that's not a bad idea."
Yeah,
kind of like
frickin',
look. Yeah, that'd be Fukuda.
That's literally Fukuda if he ever finds my channel. Just smoking a frickin' cigar that's mixed in with money, yen specifically.
Oh man, you know he got paid before this movie. Anything else is just royalty.
Even more afterwards.
Yeah, anything after is just royalty for sure.
Yeah. Now, I have to BRB again to use the bathroom real quick. So you can like talk to chat in the meantime if you want. I gotta really BRB. Hang on.
Speaking of memes, I got another one for you guys. That Spider-Man meme, you know, where you guys are with me for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. All right, guys. So what kind of questions do you guys have? I'm scared of. Yeah. But it also depends too, though, because if the studio has a lot of usually it depends on the studio. Studios usually just don't care, just let the director do what they want. So as long as they have a good track record, make money. But if that studio has any that studio like really loves the product, then they'll keep it leash on the director. I don't believe when you said the director wants to come back. No, I mean, actually, Basket. I do gotta say though, there is a rumor that they might be making something for the backstory of Agnes. I could be wrong. So don't quote me on that. I gotta check, but I heard somebody said that they're going to be making a backstory about Agnes, about the freedom being stolen. Actually, to be more point on. What's your favorite moment in the movie? Actually, my favorite moment in the movie, definitely the duel in the Buster. Definitely the duel in the Buster. What's worse in your opinion, this or the Double O movie? I'll be real with you. Probably this, and I'll tell you why. I felt like there was more at stake when it came to the Double O movie. I felt like, because you actually had characters, like main characters, die. Not like from Celestial Being side, but other characters you know from previous series. Here, like, I felt like there was no suspense. If you were strictly talking appearance-wise, which Gundam in this movie do you like best? Destiny. I like Destiny. In terms of appearance, Destiny. Something about like those sharp eyes it has. Yeah, Destiny. Yeah. So I did read something like that too about Agnes, but no, I think Agnes was in love with a guy. Was in love with Leonard. She was in love with Leonard because they said that Leonard's family died during the whenever Requiem shot at the plant or something like that. But Leonard blamed Ord because Ord was hiding not Randall. What's his name? I don't know. Blue Cosmos, the leaders of Blue Cosmos at the time. So because
what do you mean? You talking about Murata Azrael, the guy with a freaking
Azrael.
Yeah, the guy with the freaking like $200 haircut.
Yeah, because there's
like a James Bond villain.
Yeah, because there's like a rumor now, and there's been some pictures about Fukuda might be working on the stolen freedom part.
Wait a minute, where'd you hear that?
Some video, but they showed pictures and stuff like that. But which I was telling them, I'm not like too confirmed on that yet, so don't take my word on that.
Right.
What was I hoping from the Freedom's upgrade? Honestly, a whole different design. I felt like, to be honest with you, they took the Spec 2s out to kind of like say, hey guys, this is the kind of mix that you like, right? Remember these mobile suits? Remember these Gundams that you like? Yeah, well, we're going to put them back in here. We're just going to make them like better, to just explain some stuff.
Wait a minute, I just read chat. Wait a minute.
She's 50?
Agnes is 50? There's no freaking shot.
There's no way. There's no way because she went
There is actually no freaking way.
Yeah, but her parents were the ones who who pretty much like tried to protect her, put her in the back lines and stuff like that. I don't think she's 50.
I'm about to say, like, there is no freaking shot.
Aura is the queen. I would say she's 50.
Yeah, for real. But anyway, as I was saying, right, the Mighty Strike Freedom makes its debut, which is a god-awful name.
Dude.
Like, oh my god, is that name atrociously bad. Like, it is so... Well, Robbie, we covered that earlier. You can actually, like, go back and listen to it later on if you want to hear about Aura being 50, yet she looks like a freaking Cabbage Patch Kid. We covered that. But yeah, the Mighty Strike Freedom. This thing is a literal deus ex machina, considering the fact that the moment that the Mighty Strike Freedom appears is the moment that every single ounce of tension in the anime, in the movie, just goes poof. It just evaporates instantly because now, not only does the audience know that Kira and Lacus are never going to be in any danger ever again, but it's proven for the rest of the movie because ever since the moment the Mighty Strike Freedom shows up and the Strike Freedom Type 2 becomes the Mighty Strike Freedom, it doesn't take a single scratch on it. And right as it does this, the fleet open fires on it, including with positron cannons. And the Mighty Strike Freedom, with its quote-unquote telepathically controlled nanoparticles, manages to freaking block a bunch of warship shots at it, along with positron cannons included. And then it retaliates with the new weapon, one of its new weapons that it has, which the thing about the Mighty Strike Freedom is that unlike the Type 2, the Mighty Strike Freedom does not have Dragoons, meaning that it is no longer a High New Gundam reference. Now, but don't worry, it traded it for something else. But Lacus gets in the cockpit with of the Mighty Strike Freedom with Kira, and then goes Seed Factor, and then after which, using her Accord-like abilities with the Strike Freedom's computer linked to it, she pulls off the mother of all multi-lock-ons. That she locks onto like at least several hundred targets all at once. And then the Strike Freedom, in a massive AoE, freaking pulls an Emperor Palpatine and just literally unlimited pacifism and just completely field wipes everything. All of the missiles and ammo being shot at it, the nearby warships and mobile suits, they all got frickin' just absolutely BTFO.
It literally, the Proud Defender literally gave the Freedom the power of what, the Senate?
Yeah, he is the Senate, essentially. This was where Kira went from being Jesus Yamato to God the Father Yamato. At this point, let's be real here. Lord, forgive me for even making that comparison, but this is what essentially has happened here in terms of power scaling. And if that's not enough, then we get a glimpse of the Strike Freedom's other new weapon, a weapon that I actually don't mind, all things considered. This is actually an interesting weapon, and it is known as the Disruptor, which is a nuclear energy cannon that is unable to be blocked by and is literally an unblockable weapon that is right on the Strike Freedom's forehead, like in the same spot as the Double Zeta Gundam's High Mega Cannon, which is the new reference that it replaced the High New Gundam with. So now, instead of High New Victory 2 and Double X, now it's Double Zeta, Double X, and Victory 2. So it swapped out one reference for another. But the thing that the Disruptor can do is absolutely nuts. Because now, when it fires the Disruptor, it's that's the thing. It can't be seen by the naked eye. It's debatable on that one. Because I mean, if you invert that scene, it's just a very thin green beam. That's essentially what it looks like at that point. Because I've actually inverted that scene, and it seems like I can see it just fine. I can even if you were able to put things on screen, I don't know like what's the deal with that on your end, Freedom, but like I actually have the inverted view of that scene where when the Strike Freedom fires the disruptor, it's just a very thin, uh, tiny little thin focused green beam, and when it fires it, it swiped its head from left to right, and not only did was Lacus using her Accord abilities to merge her consciousness with Kira's, which literally gave Kira wall hacks. He was able to see that there was a fleet of ships from behind Messiah, the wreckage of Messiah, and he saw exactly where the ships were somehow, with Lacus helping him out. So he fires the disruptor and sweeps it from right to left or left to right from that angle from the other side of Messiah, and he just cleanly cuts through Messiah. It cuts Messiah in half and just murks all those ships effortlessly. But another thing to note about the Strike Freedom is that it has a new melee weapon, which is the Fuso no Mitama physical katana, which is like obsidian colored. And the thing about this katana is that it is something that is originally owned by the Akatsuki. This is the Akatsuki sword that the Strike Freedom is using right now, and the reason why it's borrowing it from the Akatsuki is because of the fact that he has to have a physical weapon to combat femtotech armor. However, Fukuda has other plans, as we now get to the moment where every single ounce of consistency with femtotech armor goes out the window. So, you want to take this one, or should I?
Hey, man. I think you got it. Yeah, because of
All right.
now.
You want me to? All right,
Yeah,
I'll
I know
keep
you got
going
it.
then.
Yeah, you got it.
So yeah. So now we get to the point where it cuts back to Shin's fight against the rest of the Black Knights. And it seems like he's doing just fine because yet again they can't read his thoughts because her head empty, no think, Shin smash. And they're really struggling against him. So now we get to the point where Griffin, Bruh's favorite character, goes fall into darkness on using on Shin. And that's when the dumbest freaking thing ever happened.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
And Stella's ghost comes out of nowhere to protect Shin's mind. I literally cannot make this crap up. She comes out of nowhere to protect Shin's mind from that psychic attack, and she becomes a literal freaking like monster, like a demon.
Yeah, because now they were saying like, oh man, he has way too much darkness.
His darkness is too much.
Yeah, way too much.
Well, yeah, what do you expect? He's a freaking derailed main character. He's been through some crap.
I was supposed to be the main character, see Destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Stella made an appearance.
No, bro.
Anyways.
That's what comes after. That's what comes next after Shin. But
yeah.
When we get back to Atherin, that's white woman jump scare. But we'll get to that. Trust me, bruh. Now, then after this happens, Shin now activates the Destiny's newest ability with the Spec 2, where the joints of the mobile suit will start glowing red. And yeah, Walker, it was funny, but for all the wrong reasons. That's why. That's the thing about that. Was that scene funny? Yes, absolutely, 100%. I freaking busted out laughing, but for all the wrong reasons. That's the problem with it, because it's horrible freaking writing. But seeing like how random it was for Stella's ghost to suddenly appear and then turn into a demon to protect Shin's mind. Yeah, that's freaking funny, but horrible bad writing.
See, the thing is this though, like they really try to make this scene as like a redeeming moment for Shin, and it really wasn't, like at all.
No, because now here comes the as I was saying, the new feature where the Destiny's joints all started glowing bright red as if he was in freaking NTD or something. And then the Destiny spawns multiple, not after images, but holograms, or as the show calls them, duplicates. And he comments, duplicates that are half asleep will get you nowhere. And then he summons like 4 or 5 of them around him, more of them like farther out from him, and he goes, "This is how you use duplicates." And he rushes forward with like a swarm of duplicates, like hologram duplicates, flying in the faces of the Black Knights. Now this was the moment where I'm like, yes, finally Shin is gonna get some W's. This is the one. This is the one. And then we see one of Shin's duplicates rushing frickin' the girl, the orange-haired chick of the Black Knights, and then behind her was Hilda flowing up with the jet stream attack. And then she says, "This is for my teammates." She takes a beam Naginata and cuts right down like diagonally on the girl's Rudra, and boom, she's dead.
Yep.
That is immediately a problem, because they're using femtotech armor. That should not be possible. That is a complete contradiction of Seed Freedom's own tech lore that it established in this movie.
Oh, there's more.
And now that it just threw it out the window. So I'm like, what happens afterwards?
Yeah, so what happened? It happens
again.
It did.
It happens again. And again. Multiple times. It happens again because when Shin then throws beam boomerangs, that's when, to Bra's absolute joy, slices the Rudra of Griffin, which makes a hole in the side of it, shoves the M2000 GX in there and pulls the trigger, blowing his Rudra in half, which I don't have a problem with that. But
kind of reminds me of the Dendrobium.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of, except instead of an abortion, he took it up the ass.
Oof.
But yeah. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I was the problem with the fact that yeah. So here's the problem, Intratech. The problem with that argument is that it completely it falls apart when you take into the fact that the reason why the Mighty Strike Freedom is even having a physical katana is to counter the effects of femtotech armor. So by that logic, why would it need it if the beam sabers would be fine with that? That's the problem. And and here's another thing about that Intratech with Yata no Kagami. No, it didn't. You want to know what it sliced? The beam boomerangs sliced the joint of the Akatsuki. It sliced its arm joint, not the actual Yata no Kagami itself. But the thing about Yata no Kagami, let's be real here, that's a totally different frickin' ass pull in its own, as was made very clear with Mu tanking and reflecting Requiem in this movie. So, with that said, going back to Shin, beam boomerang slices a hole in the abdomen of Griffin's Rudra, shoves the M2000 GX in the hole he just made, pulls the trigger, literally taking the term getting ripped a new a-hole to a whole new meaning. And but from there, Shin just goes on, just rushes in and stabs another one of the Black Knights. I think it was Lu, with the tip of the Destiny's Arendite, which that one makes sense because it's stabbing with the physical part of the blade. That one, no problems whatsoever. And then we see, of course, the Destiny rushing in with Shin Finger / or if you really want to be that guy, Shinning Finger with the Palma Fiochina, and somehow that thing can go right through femtotech armor as well for no frickin' reason.
I mean, the only thing I could explain with that is like it could be like a layer of armor, kind of like hovering over the mobile suit. But I mean, like I don't know. I'm not trying to defend the movie.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just your mind trying to connect the dots, and
Yeah.
that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, basically, like, man, how the heck does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I'll be real with you, man.
Yeah,
As cool as that scene looked, I really didn't like
and
it.
no, Phantom, that is not true, because again, keep in mind, the Strike Freedom uses a beam saber with the Fusonomitama katana. It has one single beam saber with it, so evidently that one still counts. So that argument is moot, sadly.
Yeah.
That's not, it's not frickin' doesn't work.
Yeah, it's...
And then, finally, and yeah, so now the last remaining Black Knight is Shura, which, oh man, this frickin' scene. Frickin' white woman jump scare, here we go.
The white woman jump scare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, we go back to Shura, who is now kind of panicking in his fight with Athrun, because he's getting on the defensive because of the fact that his entire squad got wiped out besides Orphe and Ingrid and all that. So now, basically, oh, and Intratech, yeah, Femtotech armor only defends against light ballistics. Railguns, it's vulnerable to. Railguns is its one. Railguns and like projectile weapons, like heavy ballistic weapons that are not just like anti-air fire like the Eagle Stellungs. That's how you beat Femtotech armor. You essentially have to go the IBO route to beat it. If you used IBO weaponry against Femtotech armor, it would work. That's the way you do it, or at least that's how it's supposed to be. Before the movie threw all consistency out the window. But anyway, getting back to Shura and Athrun. So, Shura, out of desperation, decides to try to peer into Athrun's mind. And Athrun closes his eyes. And he's like, "What? Like, it's no use, you know. I can easily see into your frickin' mind." And then all of a sudden, as he's peering into Athrun's mind, Shura, suddenly we see a naked Kigali jump scare. And Shura gets the crap scared out of him, and then Athrun just smiles after he hears his reaction.
So you know what I was thinking.
That is yet another scene that is so funny, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, and then so Sierra decides to go for the attack, but he's like, yeah, I could already predict what he's about to do next, which then that's where Kigali comes in.
Yeah, no, he's like, what are you freaking doing? And then that's when Kigali apparently was remote controlling the Infinite Justice to help out Athrun, but the distance she was doing it from was insane and made no sense. Like, Kigali was all the way back right at Earth, like nowhere near Athrun, and she was remote controlling the Justice from that far away. Like, that to me made no freaking sense whatsoever. But then, as she freaking was looking through Athrun's camera, she heard what Shura said. Where Shura was like, "Indecent thoughts. What are you doing?" So then she was like, "Indecent thoughts. Wait a minute, Athrun. What are you freaking?" She put two and two together and she immediately blushed. She like, "Oh my god, are you serious?"
Hey, I mean, Athrun thought of something smarter rather than making his brain empty. He thought, maybe I should put something in it.
Yeah, white woman jump scare.
Yeah, white woman jump scare.
And after that, Shura continues to press the attack, but primarily out of desperation. He was getting sloppy, and that's when he thought that he had Athrun right where he wanted him, and that's when number 10 Beam Saber number 10 pops up, which, surprise, it's in the Infinite Justice's horn on its head, which is now a frickin' hidden Beam Saber, and that also cuts through Femtotech armor effortlessly, which again, that should not frickin' happen at all, because again, it goes right against what was established with femtotech armor. You have to go with IBO protocol in order to fight femtotech armor.
Wacky, you just
under
don't
normal
understand.
Circumstances. Yeah, no, I don't
No,
understand.
you don't understand. Look, man, he's the main character.
No, he's not. He's a main character, but not the.
Well, I mean, he still has the main character status. He still has to be able to kill the guy.
Of course. Essentially, that's the only other argument they have left.
Yeah, you know, it won't work for anybody else.
Yeah, but then we get to the point where we go back to the Millennium, and we get to see the Archangel approaching the main ship of what's it called? The main ship of, like, the battleship of Foundation where Queen Aura's in.
I forgot the name of the ship. It's some weird name.
I keep forgetting it too, honestly. I keep freaking, hang on a second. I'm gonna freaking, it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't freaking remember. Let me just double check real quick.
By the way, I do gotta mention,
The Golvag.
our live stream is literally almost twice as long as this movie.
Yeah, for real. Because there's that much to rip apart about this travesty. But yeah, the ship is called the Golvag. The Golvag.
Okay.
But yeah, like, the Millennium is approaching the Golvag, and Ramius decides, you know what? Activate the ship's battering ram. Go 10. I'm like, excuse me? What? So then the front of the ship pops open and starts glowing red hot. I'm like, are you freaking joking? You guys legitimately just put a bayonet on a battleship. Are you actually freaking kidding me?
I call this a hold-on maneuver.
Oh, don't! I am amazed you haven't. I'm amazed you went there. I am actually amazed you went there.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, this is exactly what it's like too. Because it's like, hey, what exactly are we going to make this school? You know, we're going to have the ship just go full speed. Just do it. Just do it. And what's crazy is that you and I, this is actually part of this article, you and I actually found this article that they actually implemented this, last minute. Like, for 20 years, this wasn't like this until maybe right before the movie was released a few years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Fukuda wanted it.
And we still got to go over what frickin' Okawara and Yamane said. And should we bring up what Yamane said about the frickin' Goten Ram?
No, actually, yeah, we could do that. I actually got it up right here.
I got it up. Do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
Well, if you already got it up to where it's at, yeah, go ahead and read it. But I could put up a screen.
This one segment of this interview, which is on Zeonic Scanlations, and it is so freaking cope that it really, to me, when I read this, it really seems like Yamane knows that putting a bayonet on a battleship is really freaking dumb, but he had to try and come up with an excuse so that Fukuda doesn't fire him. And that's what this sounds like to me. So this part of the interview is, and I quote, "The Millennium's ram is not actually meant for anti-ship combat." And Yamane replies, "The bow has undergone significant changes since 2006. And while I can't say for certain without discussing it with Director Fukuda, I believe one of the reasons for the modification was the idea of attacking by ramming. Director Fukuda proposed concepts like making the bow pointed or slightly elongated, although it did remind me of those space pirate themes," and then he laughs. "I struggled a lot when it came to drawing it. In the Seed universe or any other Gundam series, ships are rarely, if ever, designed with the intention of ramming enemy vessels from the outset." And yes, that is true. He is absolutely right with that. "As a designer, I had serious doubts and reservations about suddenly incorporating such a primitive function into a cutting-edge ship, as you frickin' should, especially when the tactic of ramming with a space battleship hadn't been established." Yeah, like, you could tell. You could tell that Yamane knew this was bullcrap. And then he says, "So my first question was, what is the functional purpose behind this feature?" Asking the real questions. Literally asking the real freaking questions. And that's when we ask Morita-san to consider why the RAM is attached for the first time. And here comes the bullcrap. The explanation he devised was that, and I quote, "It was constructed by radical factions to destroy the colonies of moderate factions in the event of internal conflict within the plants," unquote. That made sense within the context of the story and helped justify the design choice. No, it frickin' didn't. No, it absolutely didn't. That makes no sense. Why would you need a battering ram to destroy the colonies of moderate factions in the event the colonies started fighting each other? Why would you need a battering ram for that? You could just shoot at colonies, for God's sake. What? That explanation is pure freaking bullcrap and makes no sense at all. Like, you could tell Yamane was making up bullcrap here. And yeah, like, and then the follow-up question was, as a viewer, it's easy to simply think, oh, they just wanted to have it ram into things. Exactly. That is almost certainly what it is. Yamane replied, "True, but as a designer, you crave a functional justification. Thank you." Exactly. Thankfully, Morita came up with a plausible reason that fit within the narrative. No, he freaking didn't. No, he didn't. Stop freaking huffing copium. I know you're trying to keep your job, Yamane, but still. Come on now. And I continue. Knowing director Fukuda, I anticipated he might opt for a flashy presentation where the bow extends like a saber and slices through the opponent. He laughs. Ironically enough, that's what happened with the Golveg. I even sketched a concept along those lines, with the ram extending about twice the length of the bow. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too much, bro. But, yeah, twice the length of the bow for a dramatic charging visual. However, when I presented it to him, he said, "You don't need to go that far." I agree. That's a little much. So we ended up with a more modest extension. The name Goten was given by director Fukuda. I'm sure everyone recognizes it comes from that. And he laughs. But it's interesting that it's in Japanese where everything else is in German or other languages. It's a testament to director Fukuda's creative liberation in certain aspects. No, it frickin' isn't. I get it. You're keeping your job, Yamane, but my God, you were probably the smartest person in the room, and you knew for a fact that this was bullcrap. 100% You could tell in his voice. Am I right? You could tell with the way that he frickin' worded his response right there when asked about it. Am I the only one who feels that?
Yeah, because I believe it's also said that the design was left untouched for majority of the years up until that point. That's
when it was originally called the Super Minerva in the original plan for Seed Freedom.
Yeah,
Millennium.
Yeah, because they said right before release, that's when they actually finally gave it a name.
Yeah, because that's the thing. The Millennium is the... Because that's the thing. Even though the Millennium... The other names is the Super Minerva class. That was the original thing for it. Yeah, it's the design battleship of the Super Minerva class and the successor to the Minerva. That's the thing. Right. Following the Minerva's name... that's the whole thing about that. Which is a little confusing because it's like... Is the ship class Super Minerva? If so, then the name of the ship is Millennium, but the ship class is Super Minerva? Question mark. It's a little weird. Oh, I just realized you finally got something on screen.
Yeah,
I just realized that now.
Yeah, it doesn't say on my end though.
Right.
Yeah, just OBS is kind of acting up a little bit. Yeah, OBS is kind of acting up a little bit, but yeah, I got it right here.
But yeah, no, we're not quite done yet with the review. We're almost done because now we're up to the final stretch where the Mighty Strike Freedom is fighting the Calrea, and they are both, and Kira and Lacus are essentially just raffle stomping Orphe and Ingrid. And Orphe goes on a freaking diatribe about the Destiny plan, all that, and he freaking. And what's interesting about this scene is that, what's it called? Is that Orphe goes on a freaking diatribe, and what he says, I will quote word for word. All right, and take note of something. He says, "You don't even care if these fools keep fighting themselves to extinction." And then he continues onward, and he says, let me bring it up. Let me bring it up. Hold on. Hang on, hang on. I got it. Yeah, he does. "You don't even care if these fools are fighting someone to extinction. And we are born because of the foolishness of humans. They keep speaking of peace and equality, but demand that others change for them. They never want to change themselves." And Kira only says that's not true, while not going into any frickin' detail on that whatsoever. And he says, "Then why does conflict never go away in any day and age? They never forget hatred, and even on the brink of extinction, they're obsessed with immediate self-interest or prejudice and drag each other down," which, not gonna lie, Orphe is speaking facts right here. He is literally describing the human condition perfectly. And then, but, what's it called? And he goes, "They're all fools." And then he goes, "They need someone to guide them to end this history of division and bloodshed." And that is the meaning behind why we are born. And ironically enough, Lacus completely freaking dodges everything that Orphe just said, and yet all she replied is just, "Humans are not born out of need," and then they're born from love, which is as much as in an idealistic world, maybe. But yeah, like, as I was saying, she completely dodges the question. Like, yeah, Orphe is a douche, but he wasn't entirely wrong there. He was just looking at it from a very freaking one-sided perspective. But Lacus did not even address a single point of his he just said. All he just says, "Humans are not born out of need, they're born out of love." Which, if you count God's love, then maybe, but I'm talking about love for each other, not so much all the time. So no, she's not entirely right with that point. She completely dodges the freaking question, and dodges the points Orphe was making entirely. And
Maybe,
even
or
Kira,
maybe they cut something out.
and even Kira says, "I'll choose my future with my own hands," which again is not addressing Orphe's point. It's not. Like, it's freaking... Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Orphe is technically correct, as Alex said. He's technically correct, but that's not exactly, like... It does not help Kira and Lacus's case at all, because they just dodged the question. They completely dodged everything he just said. "Oh, power of love cliche." And then he finally stabs Orphe with the freaking Fusonomitama katana. Which, again, why did he even need this thing again if all freaking rules of femtotech armor got thrown out the window? And yeah, Kaiser, you're not wrong. It does kind of sound like Gundam Musa dialogue. But yeah, and keep in mind something with the Fusonomitama katana. Out of the Strike Freedom's time that it had on screen, that is the only time where the katana was used. It was not like slashed. It was not he didn't try to swing with it. He didn't try to cut anything with it. He used the beam sabers at one point, but he primarily used them to like parry, to help like parry frickin' the beam sabers of the Calrea, which oh my, I remembered. I just reminded myself of something, because this movie also throws another established piece of tech lore out the window, because in this movie, beam sabers in the Cosmic Era can somehow clash again for no frickin' reason, when it was very firmly established since the first Gundam Seed, that beam sabers in the Cosmic Era do not clash with each other. They go right through each other. Beam rifle shots with Beam Saber, that you could still, like, be a Jedi about. But saber to saber, no. They pass through each other because of problems with the designs, complications with it. Even Gundam Wiki now acknowledges this as a fact. And when previously, 10 years ago, when I made my Destiny rant back in the day, they didn't. Sabers in the Cosmic Era can clash now for no frickin' reason. And was it ever explained? No. No, it frickin' isn't. At all. They just expect you to shut up and don't think about it. Don't ask questions, consume product, get excited for the next one. So yeah, I completely forgot about that, but now, as I was saying about the Fuso no Mitama, out of everything that it was used for, the only thing that it actually cut was that one stab at the end through the cockpit of the Calrié. And then, boom, Orphe and Ingrid die. And now, everybody's all celebrating. The return signal in all the warships were shown. Everybody starts going back to base. Nation surrenders, and the Mighty Strike Freedom breaks away from the fleet. And basically, from there, and in a scene straight out of Cross Angie, Kira and Lacus go back down to Earth really frickin' quickly, by the way, with the Mighty Strike Freedom, away from everyone else. They get naked, bang on the beach, and then just stand completely ass naked, looking out into the sunset as they kiss. The end. Roll cutscenes. That was Gundam Seed Freedom. And we know they bang too. You know how I know? Because there is a body print in the ground right where they took their frickin' pilot suits off. A literal body print. They frickin' banged. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I mean, we know that, Flay and Kira did.
Oh, well, I mean, we saw them do that.
Oh, I know.
We literally saw them on that. But yeah, now you can get it. Now you can officially get all your thoughts out of your frickin' head, Freedom. You can talk about everything else that you wanted to vent now. We go the whole movie, so now we can get into more of the final thoughts part.
Oh, you guys don't want me to go through it. You think this 4-hour podcast was enough? Oh, no. I need more time. No, so, okay, so production-wise, because, like, I was going to say my rating up until now. Visually, I really like how the movie looked visually, right? I think, obviously 20 years animation is going to improve. I think it improved a lot. I liked how they didn't mix animation with the CGI. They kept the two animations separate. They kept the CGI for the machines and the animation for the people. So honestly, I do appreciate that. I do feel like the fight scenes did keep true to what Seed Destiny was. So I kind of kept it where it left off. So I think that right there,
like they recreated a lot of shots,
right?
Where to pay homage to certain scenes, like the Strike Freedom deploying its dragoons, Shin's rushing in with the Palma Fiocina with Shin Finger, with even Shin's screaming in the cockpit kind of thing, and that one too. We see the Seed, all the animations for when Kira, Atherin, Shin, and Lacus pop Shin Seed Factor, they were updated, and I actually thought they did look pretty cool. And the animation is actually decent this time around. It's the second best animation I've ever seen in the Cosmic Era. The first still being Stargazer, because that one is pretty much almost all hand drawn aside from a few specific things, and it's beautifully animated at that. But yeah, I would say the animation quality in this movie is a 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
Good. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, but I won't rate it just because of that, though. I do put that in as a factor, though.
Right.
But I do feel like that after 20 years, this is what we get. And what I mean by that is, for 20 years, we already know the characters. We already know who Kira is, Shin, Luna Maria, Athrun. But whenever you watch this movie, you have characters that I don't know who this character is. I don't know this person's motivation. Why is this person's motivation the way it is? It's not really important to the story. And then it sort of drags out the story. And a lot of this, believe it or not, a lot of this movie is kind of predictable because of well, obviously like the Accords and stuff like that too. Like the retconning of Lacus. Oh, she's an Accord now, even though there's nothing mentioned of that in the previous other two seasons
Yeah.
or series. And
It's
that
a complete retcon.
it is a complete retcon. So obviously, I was going to give this movie, obviously, a 5. I was going to give it a 5, but because of the fact of the retconning, adding characters you don't know, I'm going to give it a 4.
You're
I
gonna
told
give it
you.
a 4 too?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4. I've been really sitting on it really hard because I was like, a 5. I would consider it average, but I'm gonna consider it just a little below average,
Mm.
just because
'Cause,
of
yeah,
the.
like this, it was definitely not the worst thing Fukuda has made. I still think Destiny is the bottom of the barrel in that regard, but this movie, I will admit, is at least more entertaining and easier to sit through than Destiny. It's better than Destiny, but not by a large margin. It's enough to get 1 point of.
I don't know. I don't know about that because I really didn't like. Okay, even though they made it like try to make it look visually cool as possible, I really did not like the part where between Destiny and the Black Knights were fighting. I felt like it was rushed. I felt like the Black Knights were just showing like, hey, because the machines were very powerful, but pretty much like Shin just went through them like grass. I'm just going to put it that way. Yeah.
Like the Black Knights got nerfed hard, like
Yeah.
in that fight. Like they started panicking because again, I can't read his thoughts. Head empty. He no think.
Yeah, basically. So, I really am disappointed of what Fukuda sort of did with Shin in the movie. Obviously, he was pointed out as like Robin compared to Batman.
And Minuteman, if you're trying to look at that scene when you're only seeing their footprints going towards where they're standing, time it right, just as it switches to that just as it switched to that scene, before it moves the camera up too much. Time it right as it shows that area, and you're gonna see like a big body imprint in the middle where the footprints are leading away from. That's the spot where they banged 100%, and damn did they do it fast, I gotta say. But yeah, go on, Freedom.
I mean, really, just that. I'm just going to try to keep it short because, like I said, I could actually go off all night with it, and I don't want to. Nah, man, just 20 years, dude, and we get a movie that's actually missing scenes, that is rushed. Plot has been twisted around to make it very, very convenient. I really feel like for 20 years they really did not have a plan after what hundreds of drafts.
Over 100 drafts, which I remember your reaction when you first saw that.
Yeah, and I could understand like maybe like 5, but 100, that tells me they had no plan whatsoever, and I really feel like this is why they did not want to come out 20 years earlier. Obviously, they're going to sit there and say, "Oh yeah, 2006 we had this movie all written up already," but no, it took you guys 20 years to come out with this. Why did it take you guys 20 years? What was it an anniversary recently?
Yeah.
20
It
years,
was
right?
absolutely not worth the 20-year wait, and the fact that this movie is now the highest grossing Gundam anime movie of all time is unbelievable. Like that is undeserved success at its finest. Like this movie did not deserve all the money it made, which really goes to show that a huge chunk of the Gundam fandom has become heavily infantilized over the last 10 years. For this movie to finally surpass the likes of Encounters in Space? No. Absolutely not. Undeserved success 100%. This movie was undoubtedly a financial success, but for completely the wrong reasons.
Well, I think I'll tell you why. It's because this movie was already pre-sold.
Yeah, because again, Gundam Seed was already huge in Japan.
Right.
Again, for all the wrong reasons, but in Japan it was guaranteed to be a huge hit, but even I didn't see this coming.
Yeah. Well, I did. A lot of people during that time first Gundam was Gundam Seed. So obviously, people are like, oh, I remember watching this when I was younger. I liked it, and I'm definitely going to be seeing this. So you know what I mean? Like this is what this movie is made for.
Right.
But at the same time, I just feel like it's really disappointed because as soon as you go in, it's like, hey, we felt like we had to cut some scenes out of this movie, but you're going to have to read a novel to understand this movie. Nah, then I really feel like you didn't really make it for these people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I really felt, and I really didn't feel like they really should have just used the same designs, like the Destiny, the Impulse. They should have went something different, like what they did with the Duel
Oh,
and the Buster.
you just reminded me. You just reminded me of something that everyone is going to get mad at. That people in the chat, listen. How many of you, if you are a fan of the Destiny Impulse, type 1 in the chat. You can be honest, it's okay. If any Destiny Impulse Gundam fans in the chat, press 1 in the chat. Let's see. I know there's only like less than 30 people watching, but I'm curious if there's any Destiny Impulse fans in the chat, because boy, do I got something to tell you guys.
Oh man, don't tell me
in
that.
relation to that.
Don't tell me
Because, yes,
oh,
the
like the
Destiny
Destiny Impulse itself.
All right, we got 1, we got 2
Okay.
in it, and we do have some Destiny Impulse fans in the chat. But here's the thing. You ready for this? As it turns out, Luna Maria was supposed to have the Destiny Impulse instead of the Force Impulse Spec 2 in the original plan. I kid you not. That is a fact. And I have the tweet right here. Hang on a second. Let me bring it up. I'm going to actually
Now, if you really want to wow people, that would have really wowed people. Like,
oh yeah,
honestly,
like
yeah.
Yeah. According to this tweet, I got a picture of it right here. Let me send you the frickin' let me send you the quote let me quote it from a recent interview where with Fujita-san, which was he was part of Fukuda's team, and it says, next up was the Impulse Gundam, which was equipped with a Destiny silhouette. Keep in mind, Destiny silhouette, Destiny Impulse. Although it was an unexpected mobile suit, Mr. Fujita said, Destiny Impulse was originally planned to appear, but the director said it's going to overlap with Destiny. If that's the case, it would be better if the Impulse fought using various weapons. It turned out to be an even better version of the regular Impulse. Although orders were placed, it was never produced. And to that, I say you are full of crap, Fukuda. Because if Luna had the Destiny Impulse, that would have been perfect for her to fight alongside Shin with. A couple, both with Destiny type Gundams. That, like, it's 2 peas in a pod. That would have been the freaking perfect. That would have been a legitimate W for the both of them. And it never freaking happened.
See what I mean? Is the creative decisions right there that really kind of ruined some parts of this movie.
Like, even as somebody who strongly prefers the Destiny Impulse R over the normal Destiny Impulse, like, even I can respect bringing the Destiny Impulse in right here. I would 100% welcome that with open arms from a storytelling perspective, because the synonymous nature between the Destiny Gundam and the Destiny Impulse would be freaking beautiful. Luna in the Destiny Impulse, Shin in the Destiny, and seeing Luna get recharged, the Destiny Impulse get recharged by Shin's Destiny Spec 2 with the Deuterion beam, that would make sense, and it would fall in line with the Destiny Impulse's lore. The fact that the Destiny Impulse is power hungry. That was a flaw with it. The fact that it would sometimes need like 3 to 4 recharges with a Deuterion beam per battle because of how energy hogging the Wings of Light were. To see Shin recharge Luna like that, that would reinforce that Mobile Suit's lore. And it would have been freaking great to see the two of them fight, Destiny and Destiny Impulse, side by side. That is such a freaking missed opportunity. I swear, Fukuda should have freaking hired me.
He was playing it safe, man. He was trying to get the member berries out. People would know the Impulse versus the Impulse Destiny, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Like, and so really, continue to get your thoughts out. I'll comment on them.
1 second.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's it called? Freedom at the BRB really quick for a sec. But yeah, and Intratech, yeah, the R variant is the one that I prefer the most because of the fact that the R is actually a lot more original, and the fact that I like the fact that it has the Diadaga, the mobile doll like support unit, and I think that's really really cool. Like the Destiny Impulse R, I actually don't mind. The Destiny Impulse, I still think is unoriginal and uninspired, but at the same time, you know what? I respect it more than the actual Destiny Gundam itself at this point. Oh, and another thing I forgot to mention right at the end before right after Orphe gets killed, Shin with the Zeus silhouette on the Destiny Gundam takes a shot at Requiem and blows it up with one shot. I forgot to bring that up too. Which, by the way, that is the only other time the Zeus silhouette was only used twice. Once by the Akatsuki and once by the Destiny at the end. That's the only time it was used. That's the problem here. Like, it was very underused. You back?
Yeah. So this is what I think. So I don't know if you guys knew this, but years ago, Iron Blooded Orphans, right, was actually supposed to come out before Bill Fighters did.
I think I heard something about that. Like
Yeah.
like the release dates of them.
Yeah, so what they did was they either delayed or they stopped production of IBO, put it to the side, so that way they could rush out G-Reco and Bill Fighters. Because project wise, they didn't think IBO was going to be able to do that good. So I really think like was the same situation with the Gundam Seed movie. I think that they told Fukuda to hold off on it, and I think they told him to hold off on it for 20 whole years. Because up until like the 20th anniversary, I think they sat down at the table and said, "What should we do for the 20th anniversary?" Oh, I know. Fukuda had this movie idea like 20 years ago. Let's bring it up, because I think they had a vision for it, but I think they didn't know where to go with it. And I could kind of see with this movie where Fukuda probably had a lot of ideas for it, obviously 100 drafts, but he had no idea where to go with it, where they had to cut scenes out and to fill up those gaps with novels. To me, that's what I kind of feel up with this. It's ridiculous to me too. I think it did a lot more injustice for the fans who really endure Gundam Seed or Gundam Seed Destiny as well. To me, this is what I think may have happened. Otherwise, like, it wouldn't have taken 20 years.
I'm reading the replies to this tweet. Also, the person who tweeted this information came out from a special screening of the film, where they also mentioned that the Goof Ignited wasn't going to make an appearance, despite a CG model being halfway made of it, and the M1 Astray wasn't going to appear, but did so through 2D animation. Though makes me wonder, would have been cool to see Luna and Shin as a Destiny duo. Also, I think the colors would totally fit Luna. Facts! And now everyone underneath this comment, this tweet that replies, is actually malding. Like, it's freaking hilarious. Like this one guy, so close. We were so close to having peak. And it with a SpongeBob meme of the one fish holding a dead SpongeBob going, 4K! And then another guy, I'm not crying, you're crying. Another guy, movie just became a 0 out of 10 with this info. Another one. Oh, that would have been awesome to see. Another one. What's it called? Wow, we narrowly missed out on a real great Destiny Impulse Spec 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
what
my
wasted
question is,
opportunity. Another one. And then this one shows Atherin looking normal with it, while in his head you see Atherin screaming at the top of his lungs.
yeah, but now my question is, what draft would have that been in? Because maybe there could have been a draft where Luna would have been piloting a Jin, or
Oh yeah, it was
maybe,
probably in
or
one of.
maybe
I
a.
mean, it was over 100, so it's got to be in
Oh,
at least one
I
of them.
promise you, it's probably something outrageous. Like they probably found, well, scraps of the Aegis and rebuilt it off the island that it was left at, or something. Like, you know what I mean? Something outrageous like that. I guarantee you, there's at least a draft of that, because
Yeah, there's got to be.
yeah, there's got to
There's
be.
definitely got to be
And I guarantee you, the
somewhere in
only
there.
reason why we're only hearing that draft, what you're talking about, the only reason why we're hearing that one, is probably because it's either the most unique one or something that people actually would have been looking forward to. But why didn't go with that idea versus, oh, let's just go with the Impulse? I guarantee you it's because they did they have any model kits of the Destiny R or
The
Destiny Impulse
The Destiny Impulse got a real grade recently.
recently?
Yeah, and before that, it had a robot Tamashi figure. So yeah,
Hmm.
the Destiny Impulse, what's it called, did get a real grade, a good one at that, and and really makes me wonder why they didn't capitalize even more. Like, it was a P Bandai, but you know what? Re-release it again for a second round and then make more money if you're gonna stick with the P Bandai formula.
I mean, Fukuda
But
said
that everybody
himself.
hates Bandai for.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fukuda said himself that all the Gundam is just a big advertising for. I mean, most of us could agree to that. All of us could agree to that. It's to sell model
Or
kits.
as his wife cancerously said, Gundam is just is a show with red, white, yellow, and blue robots in it.
Oh yeah, she did say that.
Oh my god, cringe. Like, I'm not like trying to piss on Morisawa's grave or anything, like, but still, that was a cringe one from her.
Yeah, so it just makes me really wonder, like, what do these drafts say? What are the changes? Or actually, did Sunrise had anything to say in it? Obviously, Bandai is like, it's not part of Sunrise, but they have a lot
No,
of.
Bandai and Sunrise are synonymous because yeah,
Oh, the
they're like
synonymous. Okay.
yeah, now they are. But yes, Bandai completely bought out Sunrise entirely.
Oh, Bandai bought Sunrise. Okay.
Yeah. I mean that's what happened when Tomino went into severe depression with Victory. That was because that happened with F91 when that was made. That was when Sunrise bought out Bandai, and that's when Bandai really started meddling in his affairs. Because remember, F91 was supposed to be a 50 episode anime, and and Bandai said no, 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 you're making it a movie. And then Tomino's like, okay, I guess I'm making it a movie. So now we got one movie that was like 13 episodes of anime content crammed into one movie. He did the best that he could with it, but it really pissed him off. And then after that, he went into a deep depression over Sunrise getting bought out by Bandai, and then we got Victory Gundam.
Yeah, and now the only reason why, like, look, I think nothing happened in between the 20 years. They could sit there and say, oh, it's been 20 years in the making. No, I guarantee you they had like maybe one or two board meetings. They sat down and said, we have other projects in the planning right now. We just cannot fund this movie just quite yet. So I guarantee you everything's got locked in the storage for obviously for almost the whole 20 years. I guarantee you for at least about 15 years of it. It's just been like locked up for 15 years until they're like, hey, the 20th anniversary is about to come up. Do we have anything lined up? Yeah, Fukuda talked about that movie 15 years ago. Let's go ahead and bring that up.
Yep.
Yeah, I guarantee that's what it was. I guarantee it because there's a reason why they didn't have a name for the ship yet until the very last minute. I guarantee you they were rushed for this anniversary.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So am I blaming it 100% on Fukuda? No. I'm not going to put all of it on Fukuda. I guarantee you it was a team effort between Fukuda and Sunrise, where Sunrise was dipped in a bit, saying, "Hey, we need this, and Fukuda just said, "Yep, I'll go ahead and just do that." And Morisawa, yeah, I keep forgetting about Morisawa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just I'm just curious and like, Just the background of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know me. I'm just more about like how the production of it, like how did it go?
Yeah, exactly. No,
Yeah.
it really makes you think. Because like I said, when the more I see about Seed Freedom, the more I get flashbacks of the disaster that was Rise of Skywalker, or should I say Rise of Palpatine, because that's more accurate. But like how many freaking reshoots did that movie have? A lot, right?
Yeah.
We heard horror stories from the reshoots of that movie, and that reminds me of how many drafts this movie got. This kind, except this movie is arguably was even worse of a development hell than Rise of Skywalker, because Rise of Skywalker, that's what happens when you have two directors fighting each other, J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson,
Yeah, but
at odds with each other.
yeah, but the Rise of Skywalker wasn't a movie on its own though. The way that I saw the Rise of Skywalker, it was to fix all the issues that was in the Last Jedi. You know,
an
like
attempt to, at least.
or attempt to, yeah, because like they even talked about the Hodo maneuver. They're like, yeah, that was just she used to work in hyperspace things, you know, so she just did like something that happens like 1 in a million, you know,
And
stuff
keep
like
in mind
that.
that was a term that was originally made up by the fans, and they canonized it. That's the funny part here.
Yeah, at least they finally listened to the fans.
Yeah, briefly.
Yeah, briefly. Yeah, that's not a bad
But
name.
yeah, but yeah, overall, you think that's the point where we should wrap up for the night?
Yeah, I think so. I think 4.5 hours is good. I think for everybody's sake.
Yeah, because this has been probably the longest GSE podcast to
Like,
date.
oh man, ever. I think it beat the other one by like 2 hours. So, hey, I
No,
actually
I
appreciate
think the
everybody
last one
who's
was like 3.
3. Okay, so we beat
Yeah.
about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's kind of crazy though. Hey, I appreciate you guys for staying for this long. I know that's wild.
Yeah, it is wild, but we had to make sure we didn't pull any punches with Seed Freedom.
We literally talked about the movie twice as long than it took
Yeah,
to
right.
just to watch it.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm really glad you guys can stay with us on this one for all this frickin' for 4.5 hours. So we hope you guys enjoyed.
Oh, for sure. But all right, my fellow engineers, we're going to go ahead and end it here. I appreciate you guys for joining in and tuning in. Also, thank you guys for commenting as well. It actually kept this podcast going. Let's
Hell
see
yeah.
what else we got real quick. But yeah, definitely the same thing for next week, guys.
All right, we'll see.
Alrighty, y'all. Engineers, peace out, guys.